Konoha. Naruto's Abnormal Life Choices author. Mingyu. Chapter 100. In the swaying cabin, the light was dim and the air carried a chilling coolness. Yuhi Kurenai and the 3 members of Team 8 were tied up in a corner. All of them were wounded, their clothes stained with blood. Only Asuma stood in front of them, acting as a shield. He was the only one relatively unharmed. What do you think? Should I cut him up? Orochimaru asked, his voice slow and chilling. A moment of silence followed. Him in question was Asuma. The boat rocked gently, yet Bai remained still, her entire aura exuding coldness. She wasn't sure what Orochimaru meant by, cut him up. But it didn't sound good. Considering Orochimaru's twisted smile, and the grim memories of the underground lab in Tanokuni, it was clear his cutting was a cruel form of punishment. Anyone who dared to touch what belonged to Naruto-sama deserved to be tortured by Orochimaru. Still, Naruto-sama had once said not to go overboard with cruelty. After a moment of hesitation, Bai finally gave her verdict, be gentle. Don't kill him. If he dies, we'll have a hard time reporting it. With Bai's reluctant approval, Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, eyes glittering with twisted excitement. Several snakes slithered up Asuma's body, binding him tightly like ropes. Asuma had long since been sealed by Orochimaru. At this point, he couldn't use a single drop of chakra, let alone his strength. He was helpless. Orochimaru, you betrayed the village, murdered your teacher, and now you've brought outsiders to attack Konoha. You're insane. One day, you'll pay for this. Asuma growled. But his words didn't anger Orochimaru. He never cared about how others judged him. No matter how depraved or monstrous his actions were, Orochimaru believed survival came before all else. Now that his life was in Naruto's hands, he was doing everything he could to prove his loyalty. Haha, don't be in such a rush. As the son of my former teacher, I wouldn't kill you, Orochimaru said with a sinister grin. Asuma kept struggling and swearing. You lunatic. You'll burn in the deepest level of hell. Growing bored of the verbal abuse, Orochimaru waved his hand. A thick snake slithered into Asuma's mouth, gagging him completely. The sight made everyone in the room visibly uncomfortable. Yuhi Kurenai stared at Asuma with conflicted eyes. As a fellow comrade, she wanted to help. Even if she resented him, she couldn't just sit back and watch him suffer. But her chakra had been sealed, and she couldn't move a muscle. What she didn't realize was that Bai, standing beside her, had noticed her expression, and didn't like it one bit. Bai had originally planned to take Kurenai with her, but now, that no longer seemed necessary. How dare you look at someone else with such disloyalty toward my lord? Bai hissed coldly. If he hadn't told me to go easy, you'd already be dead. Without further warning, Bai released a stream of ice needles, thousands of them, toward Kurenai and Hinata's necks, knocking them out instantly. She then hoisted their limp bodies and prepared to leave. Asuma's eyes widened in horror. He struggled with everything he had, but the more he resisted, the tighter the snakes coiled around him. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino forced themselves to their feet and staggered after Bai. Stop. Kiba shouted, but was immediately kicked in the gut by Zabuza. He collapsed with a grunt, eyes rolling back. Shino fared no better. He was sent flying with a single blow. Now, none of them could even stand. Asuma, Kiba, and Shino could only watch helplessly as Bai carried Kurenai and Hinata away. What they didn't know was that their nightmare was just beginning. Orochimaru commanded his snake to lay Asuma on a wooden table. Then he pulled out a small, sharp knife and slowly approached. Zabuza, having not heard the earlier conversation between Orochimaru and Bai, asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Just a little surgery, Orochimaru replied, loosening Asuma's belt with the snake's help. What kind of surgery? Zabuza asked warily. Orochimaru chuckled. You'll see soon enough. Zabuza didn't ask again. As a former mist ninja, he had his own code. It was foolish to pry too deeply into another person's madness. Still, he muttered inwardly, this guy's so damn cryptic, and leaned against the wall to watch the infamous Sannin at work. A live experiment. Trying to extract some ability. That's what Zabuza thought, until Orochimaru made his first cut. Then his mind went blank. Zabuza stood frozen in place, stunned. Not just him. Kiba and Shino, too, were in shock. Their pupils shrank and their thoughts scrambled. Even Akamaru began trembling violently. Oh God. This Orochimaru is a complete maniac. We absolutely cannot mess with this guy. That same fear gripped every man in the room. Just moments ago, Shino and Kiba had been thinking of sneaking in an attack to help, but now, they sat as still as statues, afraid to even draw Orochimaru's gaze. Asuma, the unfortunate recipient of Orochimaru's minor surgery, looked deathly pale. The physical pain wasn't unbearable. Orochimaru was skilled, but what had been taken from him was something no man could live without. He stared into the void, tears trailing silently from the corners of his eyes. The surgery was a success, Orochimaru said with a low chuckle, placing the scalpel back into his tool pouch. When he turned to leave, Zabuza flinched instinctively and averted his eyes. The man who once faced Orochimaru with a fearless sneer now trembled inwardly. Never cross someone like Orochimaru unless you're ready to die. Asuma had now become the first eunuch in the ninja world. No one wanted to be the second. That thing, it was like a nuclear warhead. You can go without it, but you can't live without it. Zabuza, you stay here and keep an eye on them. I have other business to attend to, Orochimaru ordered with a grin. Zabuza nodded quickly. No problem. Watching a few trash bags with sealed chakra. Easy. Good. Orochimaru glanced once more at Asuma, who lay motionless on the floor, then turned and walked to the far end of the cabin. On his way, he passed the room where Bai had placed Kurenai and Hinata. Inside, food and clean clothes had been set out on a small table. Still a child at heart, that Bai, Orochimaru muttered with a twisted smile. Trying to be kind while doing something like this. Well, it's up to us adults to show them the truth. Sorry, Bai. I'm taking credit for this one. With a glimmer in his eyes, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals and layered multiple genjutsu illusions over the two unconscious women. Orochimaru, the same man who once lured countless young talents, knew better than anyone how to manipulate people. The skies over the land of fire were thick with dark clouds. Harsh winds howled across the forest. The calm before the storm wasn't calm at all. A giant white bird soared through the sky. On its back stood a blond young man whose long hair blew wildly in the wind. He looked down at the forest below, frowning at the people wearing Iwagakure uniforms. Not one of them recognized the bird. Despite once being hailed as the most likely successor to the Tsuchikage, Deidara was now a rogue ninja. Who the hell is this poser? Why's he dressed like he's from Iwagakure? Let it go. You're not part of Iwagakure anymore. Our job is to find Haku and Zabuza. How are we supposed to find them? No destination, no trail. This is such a pain. Deidara slumped across the back of his clay bird, looking utterly annoyed. They had chased Haku and Zabuza from the land of waves to the land of fields, and now from there to the land of fire, nearly into the land of wind, and still had no leads. Deidara was ready to give up and tell their leader he was quitting the mission. As he stewed, he suddenly turned his bird around. From inside a massive puppet, Sasori observed the maneuver and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" "I'm bored. Let's make some art." Deidara flung a handful of clay spiders toward the Iwagakure impersonators below. A wild grin spread across his face. Ha! An instant later, a fiery explosion tore through the forest, engulfing the fake ninjas. Art as an explosion. Deidara shouted joyfully as his bird soared away. Far off, Naruto stood atop a dense tree canopy, watching the white bird disappear into the sky, and the enemy ninjas scream as they burned. "Saves me the trouble," he muttered and resumed his search for the Konoha forces. Along the way, he'd already run into 3 separate groups wearing Iwagakure attire. At this point, he was certain. They weren't from Iwagakure at all. They were from Kumogakure. Naruto's reasoning. Simple. Because he'd received a system notification. Trigger event activated. While escorting prisoners, you are ambushed by a large-scale assault from Konoha. This attack poses a serious threat to you and your close allies. What will you do? No paid members are joining. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to drop this fanfic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 101. The sky hung low, thick with dark clouds, and the sharp scent of blood was carried in every direction by the fierce wind. Following the trail of that metallic tang, Naruto Uzumaki soon found the main force. The forest ahead had become a brutal battlefield, the most intense scene of fighting he'd witnessed yet. The ground was littered with corpses, some dismembered, their limbs strewn across the blood-soaked terrain. Yet just half a day ago, these were living, breathing people. Now, their souls had returned to the heavens. Venturing deeper, Naruto saw waves of Konoha shinobi disguised in Iwagakure uniforms surging into Konoha's defensive positions. Chaos reigned as desperate close-quarters combat broke out. Unlike ordinary soldiers, the destructive power of ninja could reshape the very land. Among the more than 30 combatants locked in battle ahead, Konoha was clearly on the losing end. They were heavily outnumbered. Barely 1/6 of the fighters were from Konoha, and among them was Inuzuka Hana, who had been separated from Naruto earlier. Hana was crouched behind a tree, one arm injured and glowing faintly as she applied medical ninjutsu to herself. 2 of her 3 ninken lay dead on the battlefield. Naruto remembered that one of them had been named Heimaru. The only survivor, Akayuki, the red-furred pup who had taken a liking to Naruto, was still by Hana's side. As if sensing Naruto's presence, Akayuki turned and looked back. Hana followed the dog's movement and caught sight of Naruto standing just beyond the bushes, not yet fully entered into the fray. Her lips moved slightly, just enough to mouth the words, "Run away." Surrounded by enemies, she knew that if Naruto rushed in now, it would be suicide. But Naruto didn't listen. He stepped into the battlefield without hesitation, dead leaves crunching beneath his feet. He made no attempt to conceal his approach. Hana's eyes widened with panic. She looked at Naruto, her gaze intense with worry, before she finally shouted. "Naruto! Don't come here, go find Lady Hazuki." Her voice cut through the roar of battle, drawing attention. Kumogakure ninjas, who had assumed the woman they'd been attacking was dead, now realized she was not only alive but being joined by another enemy, one who looked far too young for the battlefield. They turned toward Naruto, amused and sneering. "Ha ha ha, has Konoha really fallen so far since the last Shinobi World War? Sending kids into battle now, are they? We won't go easy just because he's a brat. Quit wasting time, kill the kid and move to the next target." Naruto ignored their jeers. Nor did he react to Hana's cries. He kept walking. Hana gritted her teeth. She was exposed now and could no longer afford to hide. She quickly formed hand seals, using her beast-human clone technique to transform Akayuki into a mirror image of herself. Then she charged into the fray to protect Naruto. "Leave now, Naruto. I'll hold them off." Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, critical to Konoha's future. Lady Hazuki had told Hana herself, nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Everyone else could die if it meant Naruto lived. But Hana wasn't a frontline fighter. She specialized in tracking and healing. Her abilities didn't even measure up to a special Jonin. Surrounded and outmatched, she was quickly overwhelmed. Kill the woman first, then the kid, move out. Wind style. Gale palm. A cutting wind burst from the attacker's palm, howling toward Hana's head with deadly speed. If it landed, she would die instantly. In that split second, Hana was filled with regret. If only she'd stayed hidden, she wouldn't be about to die. It was Naruto's sudden appearance that had forced her hand. If he hadn't been the Jinchuriki, if he hadn't been so important, she wouldn't have risked exposure. The attack was almost upon her. She had no time to dodge, and part of her didn't want to. A kunoichi caught alive by the enemy could face fates worse than death. But just as the wind was about to strike, a small hand shot out in front of her. Sister Hana, Naruto said calmly, don't you know I'm the only one who made Jonin rank during this Chunin exam? You're the one who should be running. Oh no, it's him. It's that kid. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Hana's nose, sharper than most, picked up a powerful scent of blood in the rain, stronger even than what lingered on the battlefield. It was coming from Naruto, who now stood in front of her. His expression was cold. Raising one hand, a howling gust formed in his palm, rapidly coalescing into a massive Rasengan. The surge of chakra surprised even the battle-hardened Cloud Ninjas, but they didn't falter. They tightened their formation, preparing to attack both Naruto and Hana. The battle resumed in full force. Konoha's defenders had already been wiped out. Only Naruto and Inuzuka Hana remained. The rest had died within moments of the Hidden Cloud's assault. Kill them. The enemy launched a barrage of long-range ninjutsu. Naruto's expression remained stoic. In Hana's eyes, though, there was something else, excitement. He looked thrilled. And she was right. Naruto was enjoying this. The thrill of combat, the surge of power, and the promise of a reward stirred him. In front of him, only visible to his eyes, glowing options floated. Option 1. Be diplomatic. Locate, see, the Kumogakur commander, and persuade him to retreat. Reward. Lightning-style chakra. Option 2. Be rational. Cooperate with Konoha to repel Kumogakur forces. Reward. Human puppet. Sacrifice items to summon a loyal servant. Option 3. Be ruthless. Join forces with Kumogakur to annihilate Konoha and Suna survivors. Reward. Corpse puppets of Sarutobi Hazuki and Tamari. Option 4. Be invincible. Exterminate all future Kumogakur threats, leave no one alive. Reward. Fire Release Compendium, a complete encyclopedia of fire-style jutsu. I've made my choice. Naruto aimed to kill every last enemy, and complete option 2 in the process. After all, what better way to repel the enemy than to wipe them out? Smiling, Naruto focused the Rasengan in his hand until it expanded far beyond normal size. Super Odama Rasengan. He had spent months perfecting this technique, finally mastering the chakra control needed to independently create such an advanced form. The violent cyclone released by the technique tore through the battlefield, obliterating every long-range jutsu sent his way. Then, extending a chakra arm, he grabbed both Hana and Akayuki and hurled them away from the battle. He needed them clear so he could fight without holding back. He dashed forward, slamming the massive Rasengan into 4 enemy ninja. They barely had time to register the attack before they were sucked into the swirling chakra and shredded, gone without even a scream. Gasps rose around him. The remaining Kumogakur ninjas scrambled, redirecting their attacks toward Naruto. Don't panic. If we kill him, it'll be the biggest victory of the war. There's only one of him, and 30 of us. We can wear him down. That last statement was met with determined nods. No matter how powerful a Jinchuriki was, numbers could still win the day, if they worked together. Fire style. Flame Dragon Bullet. Lightning style. Thunderbolt. Wind style. Gale Palm. A storm of elemental jutsu rained toward Naruto. He scoffed. The Rasengan dissipated from his hand. He formed a single seal and vanished, reappearing beside the ninja who had first attacked him. That ninja felt a chill on his neck, and then the world turned upside down. As his severed head hit the ground, he saw Naruto's face. You don't understand what a Jinchuriki is, Naruto said coldly. Pigs and sheep might overwhelm a hunter. But they'll never defeat a Gatling gun with infinite bullets. Naruto had already sized them up. None were above Chunin rank. If even one Jonin had been among them, Hana would have died long ago. She wouldn't have lasted this long hiding. Yet these Chunin thought they could defeat a Jinchuriki through sheer numbers. Kumogakur had grown complacent. They had forgotten fear. A blade pierced Naruto from behind, straight through the heart. But Naruto turned to smoke. A shadow clone. The attacker stumbled back in a panic, expecting death at any moment. But Naruto didn't reappear. He let out a relieved sigh. TCH. So what if he's a Jinchuriki? Still just a kid with no instincts. If it were me, I would have struck back and... He froze as a thunderous sound echoed from the woods. Heavy footsteps. Dozens. No, hundreds. The Kumogakure shinobi turned, expecting Konoha reinforcements. Instead, they saw hundreds of Naruto Uzumakis emerge from the forest, each wrapped in a blazing red-tailed beast cloak. You said earlier it was 30 of you against one of me, Naruto's voice echoed. Well, now it's 300 of me. What will you do? The real Naruto stood atop a tree, calm as water. Creating that many shadow clones at once drained nearly half his chakra, but he didn't care. It was the only way to make sure no enemy escaped. After all, he had the 9 tails as his chakra bank. Every cloud ninja here had to die, for the fire release compendium. The massacre had begun. Chapter 102. Here is your chapter, fully edited into fluent English for a European and US audience, preserving the tone, length, and character names like Naruto Uzumaki. The whistling, icy wind grew more violent, and the rain steadily became heavier. Drizzling raindrops pelted her skin, but Inuzuka Hana stood unfazed. Eyes wide open, she remained rooted in place, watching Naruto Uzumaki clash with the shinobi from Kumogakure. She didn't even notice Akayuki nudging her calf with his head. Because the scene unfolding before her was utterly horrifying. In the forest, more than 30 enemy shinobi were now surrounded by over 300 Narutos, each cloaked in red chakra. Ninjutsu exploded across the battlefield like an unstoppable tide. Amid the screams and agonized wails, shinobi in Iwagakure uniforms fell one after another. Some were decapitated, others pierced through the heart, and many were simply torn apart. No enemy slain by Naruto left behind a complete body. It was a massacre. Once more than a dozen had died, a few of the remaining enemies broke psychologically. They dropped to their knees, begging for mercy, but that mercy never came. Their pleas ended with half their heads lopped off. The very same shinobi who'd charged forward with deadly intent just moments ago were reduced to severed limbs and blood-soaked remains. The metallic scent of blood clung stubbornly to the air, one even the downpour and howling wind couldn't cleanse. For someone like Inuzuka Hana, whose sense of smell far surpassed normal, the stench was enough to make her retch. It was overwhelming. And yet Hana still considered herself lucky. Lucky that she wasn't Naruto's enemy, but his ally. The battlefield quieted after the last cries for mercy faded into the rain. There had been 34 hidden cloud shinobi. 33 now lay dead, all within 3 minutes. Only one remained, and not because Naruto had spared him. He needed information. Naruto turned toward the last survivor with an emotionless stare. Tell me, where is your unit's base? Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. The man's voice trembled. Fear had shattered his mind, and those were the only words he could repeat. Naruto clicked his tongue, unimpressed. What a pathetic coward. Without hesitation, he drove a kunai into the man, ending him instantly. If you step onto the battlefield, you must be prepared to die. What point is there in begging your enemy? Even if Naruto had been given a choice, he would have killed him anyway. Because when these same shinobi attacked Konoha's forces, they hadn't shown a shred of mercy. Among the 40 bodies now strewn across the forest, 6 were from Konoha. When Naruto had arrived, the Cloud Ninja had attacked him on sight, and nearly killed Inuzuka Hana. They'd never spared Konoha, so why should Naruto spare them? Forgiving your enemies. That was the thinking of fools. Sister Hana, Naruto called, turning to look at her. Do we have any Yamanaka clan members in our squad? Inuzuka Hana flinched at the sight of Naruto's face, young, yet cold and merciless. Her heart thudded violently, and her legs gave out beneath her. She would have fallen hard if Naruto hadn't reacted in time, darting over to catch her. Are you that badly hurt? He asked, concerned. You can't even stand. Inuzuka Hana's heart pounded in her chest. When Naruto approached just now, a flash of terror had struck her. What if he lost control and killed her too? As she rose from his arms, her legs still felt like jelly. I'm okay, Hana said, managing a weak laugh as she forced the fear back down. She knew Naruto was protecting his allies. But the dismembered bodies all around them were still seared into her mind, and they made it hard to breathe. It's fine. Thinking his words had reassured her, Naruto grabbed the only enemy corpse with an intact head and body. Sister Hana, we should have someone in the squad who can read memories from corpses, right? Yes. Yes, we do. Hana quickly nodded. Otherwise, this intel would have gone to waste. Let's regroup with the others. Naruto took the body and sprinted back toward the main force. Hana stared after him, nearly collapsing again. Huff, huff. She struggled to catch her breath. Could she ever walk beside Naruto again and meet his eyes? Would she even dare? Unlike Hana, her ninja Nakayuki seemed thrilled by the battle. He jumped around excitedly, wagging his tail at both Hana and Naruto. Then he licked the back of Hana's hand and bolted after Naruto. With no choice, Hana pulled herself together and chased after them both. Meanwhile, deep in a dense forest along the Fire Nation border, a large cave glowed with candlelight. At its center stood a military sand table, carefully arranged. In the middle was a prominent green flag, symbolizing Konoha. Surrounding it were 10 smaller green flags and clusters of red flags representing Kumogakure. One by one, the red flags were moved closer to the green flags. Then someone would pluck the green ones away and toss them aside. The person directing the flags was a blond young man in a hidden cloud uniform. He looked to be in his 20s, but appearances were deceiving. This was she, an elite Jonin of Kumogakure, right hand to the 4th Raikage, and the commander of this covert operation. She stroked his chin, studying the table. Only one green flag remained. What's going on with the northern team? They've been gone a while and haven't reported back, he muttered. A muscular shinobi replied at once, Lord Shi, they may have gone too far north trying to intercept the Konoha scouts. They might still be searching. She nodded, accepting the explanation. Over 40 men had been sent to intercept Konoha's northbound team. Even if they lost, someone should have made it back. Unless they never encountered the enemy. The idea that all 40-plus ninja had been killed. Too far-fetched. Ninja weren't mindless drones. Even if they were all fools, a few should have been able to escape. Total annihilation was unthinkable. Still, she sighed and gave the order, everyone, change into Iwagakure uniforms. If the northern squad doesn't return in 20 minutes, we launch the full-scale assault. We'll crush Konoha's escort team and seize Shukaku from the Sand Village. As the others left to change, she pulled out his own Iwagakure outfit and stared down at the sand table. Konoha, huh? Kumogakure is the strongest. This entire operation had one goal. To ignite conflict between the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, and steal Shukaku from Sunagakure. If successful, Kumogakure could dethrone Konoha as the leader among the 5 great nations. The Third Great Ninja War had ended with Konoha victorious, but each time they seemed to grow weaker. She remembered the stories passed down in the village, how Kinkaku and Ginkaku launched a coup and killed the second Hokage, and Konoha did nothing in return. How the Hidden Cloud had once kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina, Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, and still, Konoha sought peace instead of war. She hadn't lived through those events, but he clearly remembered the Byakugan incident from a few years ago. They had blatantly tried to steal the Byakugan, and Konoha didn't retaliate. Instead, they sent the head of the Hyuga clan to offer an apology. Even Kumogakure was stunned. That wasn't just any shinobi, they sent the Hyuga patriarch himself. If something like that happened in Kumogakure, even the Raikage would have been forced to step down. But Konoha bent over backwards. Since then, Kumogakure understood one thing clearly. Konoha was a paper tiger. They looked powerful, but lacked the spine of even Sunagakure, the weakest of the 5 great nations. Why should such a cowardly village continue to suppress Kumogakure? Take down Konoha, and Hidden Cloud would rise to the top. They could then plunder resources from the other nations. And the timing. Perfect. Konoha had just finished a bloody war with Sunagakure. Both the Hokage and Kazekage had died in the conflict. Now was the moment to strike, capture Shukaku, and frame Iwagakure. Once the tailed beast was found sealed inside a Kumogakure shinobi, while Konoha, Iwa, and Suna argued and blamed each other, it would be too late. Then, Kumogakure could officially declare war on Konoha. Shortly after, a Cloud Ninja returned, now dressed in Iwagakure gear. Lord Shi. Aside from the 45 in the north, the remaining 255 have all arrived and are ready to launch the assault. She nodded. Wait 5 more minutes. If the northern team doesn't report back, we move. This operation is too risky to delay any longer. This mission, capturing a tailed beast and framing another nation, was high stakes. If Konoha or Sunagakure caught wind of it, Hidden Cloud would face retaliation from all 3 nations. To minimize the risk, she had removed all black shinobi from the mission to avoid racial detection, much to the outrage of many in the village. Even Kurabi's dumb apprentice had caused a stir over it. She sighed. Idiots. Why can't they be as clear-headed as Lord Raikage? No black shinobi in other countries. They'd blow our cover instantly. With that, he pulled the final green flag from the board and tossed it aside. Thanks to their spies in Konoha, they knew the exact numbers and leaders of the escort force. We outnumber them 3-1. Sarutobi Hazuki, can you survive this? Quote ellipsis. No, you're all going to die. She, of course, had no idea. Konoha already knew about their plan. The squad he was waiting for. Already dead. Or more accurately, reduced to corpses. Chapter 103. The Other Side. The large-scale Konoha escort team. After Naruto returned with the corpse, Sarutobi Hazuki immediately had a team examine the body's remaining memories. It was soon confirmed that the Hidden Cloud village was once again behind the incident. Hazuki quickly assessed the situation. A large-scale retreat would certainly alert the enemy, and doing so would likely provoke a direct and violent counterattack from the Hidden Cloud forces. Instead of fleeing and exposing themselves, she decided it was wiser to set a trap and wait for the enemy to walk into it. To prepare for the coming battle, Yi Yu also ordered that the shackles on the Sand Village captives be removed. After briefing them on the situation, she recruited them into their ranks. She then sent 4 messengers in different directions. 2 were dispatched toward the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire to request reinforcements from the Sand Village. The other 2 were sent back to Konoha to inform Lady Tsunade. Originally, Naruto was supposed to be one of the messengers heading back to Konoha, but he stubbornly refused to leave. He outright ignored Yi Yu's orders. With no other choice, Yi Yu reassigned the mission to a young man from the Yamanaka clan and a young woman from the Sarutobi clan. Even after these decisions, Hazuki couldn't shake her unease. If Kumogakure dared to provoke them, they must have come prepared. This battle would not be easy. Inside the tent, Naruto saw Yi Yu sighing, her brows furrowed with concern. Smiling, he approached her. Madam, are you feeling unwell? Want me to give you a massage? He offered playfully. This brat. Even now, he's still trying to take advantage of me. Yi Yu rolled her eyes and replied sarcastically, if you went back to the village like I told you, I'd feel much better. Naruto ignored her, pretending not to hear. He moved behind her, placed his hands on her shoulders and neck, and started massaging. You've been avoiding me lately, madam, he said, sounding genuinely hurt. Yi Yu curled her lips, silently cursing. Avoiding you. You don't know why. It was this little troublemaker's fault for always looking for ways to get close to her, sometimes subtly, sometimes blatantly. Still, the massage was good. As Naruto worked his fingers into her neck, some of the tension in Yi Yu's expression faded. When the fighting starts, if things go south, don't even think about staying here. Run back to Konoha. Understand? With your speed, no one can catch you if you flee. Her voice sounded tired. One last thing, consider this my final request. Please take care of Konohamaru for me. Naruto refused without hesitation. Yi Yu frowned and turned to look at him. It's fine if you don't want to, but you must not stay here to die. Naruto paused, then asked, I don't get it. Why do you think we can't win? Isn't Konoha the strongest? Why are you so pessimistic? Yi Yu was taken aback by the question, her expression turning complicated. Seeing Naruto's confused face, she sighed and said nothing. Konoha had shown weakness to its enemies for years. Even when their shinobi won small conflicts, the village always made diplomatic concessions. That slow erosion had worn away their confidence. If this were over a decade ago, when the fourth Hokage was still alive, the Sand Village would have never dared launch the Konoha Crush plan without a major alliance. Hidden Cloud would never have attempted a large-scale ambush on a Konoha escort unit. Yi Yu could only hope that this time, Lady Tsunade would respond with the strength and decisiveness Konoha needed. Noticing Yi Yu didn't want to continue the conversation, Naruto shrugged and changed the topic. Forget Konohamaru. You take care of him. I'll take care of you. His words were bold, openly declaring he wanted to take care of the eldest lady of the Sarutobi clan. Naruto was fearless. But surprisingly, Yi Yu wasn't angry. In fact, she couldn't bring herself to be mad at him. Even that time at the Sarutobi household, when she caught him playing with her feet under the table, she hadn't felt anything like anger. Instead, she'd just tried to avoid him. Not that it worked, he was relentless. I don't need you to take care of me, brat. Take care of yourself first, she snapped, standing up to leave the tent. With no one else around, who knew what crazy thing Naruto might try. But Naruto firmly pushed her back into her seat. Don't go yet, madam. I'm not done massaging you. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Yi Yu glared at him. So you're giving me a massage for your pleasure? Seeing her flustered face, Naruto smiled inwardly. A notification rang in his mind. Friend, Sarutobi Hazuki, corruption value increased to 34%. No, madam. Of course I'm doing it for your comfort. But a treatment interrupted is a treatment ruined, right? His hands moved lower, slipping beneath her ninja garb to gently press the smooth skin of her shoulders. Still, she didn't resist. Yi Yu just continued glaring. Friend, Sarutobi Hazuki, corruption value increased to 35%. Naruto's hand continued its descent, brushing her collarbone. Yi Yu shivered. With a sudden burst of strength, she yanked his hand away. That's enough. Who massages like that? If you're not doing anything useful, go set the traps and stop bothering me. Her voice carried a trace of anger, and her lips parted slightly as she scolded him. Okay, I'm leaving. Naruto darted out of the tent, thinking, next time, take it slow. Don't be so impatient. Not every woman was like Hinata, you couldn't rush things and expect results. Once he left, Yi Yu slumped back in her chair and let out a long sigh. I almost lost control. What's wrong with me? She looked in the direction Naruto had gone, covering her cheeks with her hands, trying to hide the flicker of anticipation in her eyes. A forbidden desire had quietly taken root. If not for the memory of her deceased husband, and the image of Konohamaru flashing through her mind, she might not have stopped Naruto earlier. That brat. He's so obvious. How am I supposed to pretend I don't notice? The rain outside was gradually stopping. Naruto left Inuzuka Hana's field of view under the excuse of going to talk to Temari. Hana had been tasked with keeping an eye on Naruto. Hazuki worried that Naruto might misbehave if left unsupervised. At first, Hana didn't take the task seriously. In her mind, Naruto was just a talented but immature kid. But after today, she realized that Lady Hazuki may have underestimated how difficult this assignment really was. Forget keeping an eye on Naruto, should she even try. At this point, she wanted to go back and ask Yi Yu directly. Are you sure Naruto is someone anyone can actually keep an eye on? So she let him go off alone to find Temari. But Naruto had no intention of meeting Temari. Once he was sure Inuzuka Hana wasn't following, he slipped into the forest and used a shadow clone. The clone stayed behind as a decoy, while the real Naruto moved on. Back when he had extracted the corpse's memories using a secret technique, he had sent a clone to track down the hidden cloud forces. Now, That clone had returned with vital intel. The Hidden Cloud shinobi had split into 3 groups and were converging on the Konoha escort team. Their total number exceeded 200. We have to eliminate all 200 to get the reward for Option 4, Naruto thought. So we need to do some serious prep work. If even 1 or 2 escape, we'll miss out big time. Not far away, there was a rustling in the woods. A squad of 80 Hidden Cloud ninjas, led by Shi himself, advanced quietly toward the Konoha camp. According to their intel, besides the patrols they had already wiped out, the Konoha escort team had between 72 and 78 active members remaining, including the recently recruited Sand Village captives. Kumogakure had a nearly 3-1 advantage. The Konoha side had only 1 known elite jonin, Sarutobi Hazuki, who hadn't seen real combat in years. Kumogakure had 3 elite jonin, including Shi himself. It should have been a guaranteed win. But Shi wasn't overconfident. Once they reached visual range of the camp, he turned to his subordinates and asked, "Still no word from Atsui's team? It's been this long and still nothing. Maybe they got lost." Shi rubbed his temples. It had been nearly an hour. How were they still lost? Atsui was the younger brother of Samui, one of Kumogakure's elite jonin. She had come on this mission as well. If her brother messed up, she made a mental note to have Samui teach Atsui a lesson when they returned. The idea that Atsui's entire squad might be dead never crossed Zai's mind. After all, there were 45 chunin in that unit. Unless a cage-level shinobi had intervened personally, it was unthinkable that they were all dead without a single escapee. And who would Konoha even send of that caliber right now? The old Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was dead. Shimura Danzo had disappeared. Jiraiya was away on a mission. The new Hokage, Lady Tsunade, was buried in paperwork back in the village. There was no way someone like that was out here. Which meant, this mission was still a go. Still, she couldn't shake a bad feeling. The Konoha camp was too quiet. "Everyone, use your clones to approach the camp," he ordered. "I have a feeling they've already spotted." Chapter 104. The dark clouds in the sky scattered, the sudden downpour ceased, and the cold, bright moonlight flooded the earth. Droplets of water clinging to forest leaves shimmered, reflecting faint silhouettes. She held his breath and signaled with a wave of his right hand. At first, only a handful of clones advanced cautiously toward the Konoha position. When no danger presented itself, more began to press forward. As their numbers swelled into dozens, then hundreds, she finally gave the order. Attack! Over 100 clones surged toward the Konoha camp, unleashing a barrage of long-range ninjutsu and thrown weapons. The assault tore through everything in its path like a localized bombing. Life around the Konoha position was annihilated in an instant. The frontline camp was reduced to rubble in less than a breath's time, the remains of structures and bodies buried in the debris. Among the corpses were Konoha shinobi, but more of them bore Iwagakure attire. Konoha bodies remained largely intact, while the Iwagakure corpses were mangled, severed limbs and shattered torsos littered the ground. What the hell's going on? Did the east and west flanks launch their attack early? Zai's gaze swept over the carnage. Even he, someone not easily shaken, felt a wave of nausea rise. That's Atsui. Atsui's dead. Suddenly, shouts of alarm erupted from the clones scouting ahead. They had finally discovered what had happened to the missing detachment under Atsui's command. Every last one of the 45 men had perished inside the Konoha encampment. Zai's eyelids twitched. After confirming through his sensory abilities that there was no immediate danger, he cautiously stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Atsui's corpse. How could this be? Did Atsui get overconfident and led his team directly into the Konoha base, only to be surrounded and wiped out? She couldn't think of any other explanation. It was the only way to make sense of such a complete loss. 45 shinobi, all dead, without a single survivor to report back. The sight of Kumogakure's fallen, torn apart and lifeless, filled she with bitter disbelief. The losses were enormous. And Atsui, he was Samui's only blood relative. With him gone, she would no doubt direct her grief and fury at Shi. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Zai's eyes landed on one of the fallen Konoha ninja. As he moved closer to investigate, his perception suddenly flared. The corpse had begun to pulse with chakra. It wasn't dead at all. A feigned death technique. She reacted instantly. He drew a kunai and hurled it at the figure's throat while leaping backward. Scatter! He shouted. But his warning came a heartbeat too late. A tremendous shockwave exploded from the main Kumogakure formation's location. Flame surged skyward, followed by a deafening boom. Dozens of cloud shinobi were caught in the blast, many of them incinerated instantly, their clones wiped out alongside them. They had stumbled into a massive explosive tag trap, meticulously planted by the Konoha defenders. The few who survived writhed in agony, their screams filling the air. Master Shi, help me. My legs are gone. I can't see. But Shi kept his composure and leapt higher, scanning the battlefield. He pulled a flare from his belt and fired it into the sky, casting stark illumination over the chaos below. Moments later, the dead Konoha shinobi began to rise. Dozens more emerged from the forest's edge, encircling the remaining cloud forces and cutting them down with ruthless precision. A one-sided massacre. Kill the Kumo bastards. Rot in hell. This is your death anniversary. Cloud survivors, wounded and disoriented, were helpless under the counterattack. Even the few who could still fight were swarmed and butchered. Zai's expression darkened. His comrades were being slaughtered all around him. He clenched his fists. Once reinforcements arrived, he vowed, he would make every last Konoha shinobi pay. Hold out. Support is on the way. We still outnumber them, we'll win this. As he spoke, Shi formed hand seals. With a crackle, a bolt of blinding lightning erupted from his body. Lightning style. Lightning pillar. To the Konoha shinobi, their vision went white. They stumbled, momentarily blinded. Using the confusion, the surviving cloud shinobi seized the opportunity to either escape or strike back. But that window lasted less than 3 seconds. Nearby, 3 feminine voices rose in unison. Fire style. Fire dragon flame bullet. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Water style. Water dragon bullet. Zai's eyes narrowed. With his keen perception, he located the incoming danger. 3 black-haired women, identical in appearance, stood together, unleashing wind, fire, and water chakra. Sarutobi Hazuki. Once the chief of Konoha's Anbu, now the escort mission's commander. Even after years of being crippled, she still wielded frightening power. She barely evaded the converging blasts, leaving behind a scorched crater where he had just stood. Hazuki didn't pause. She crouched, kicked off the ground, and soared into the air. A long sword gleamed in her hand as she dove toward Shi, flanked by 2 shadow clones. Her expression was ice-cold, her blade driven by pure battle instinct. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Dance of the 3 suns and moons. Attacks came from left, right, and above. Zai's temples throbbed. He twisted his body, avoiding the flanks and using his shoulder to block the overhead strike. He completed a jutsu mid-defense, unleashing a volley of lightning spheres. Though injured, he forced Hazuki's clones to disperse and gained space to retreat. As he moved back, he applied healing chakra to his wounds. She was an all-rounder, proficient in ninjutsu, genjutsu, medical techniques, and sensory skills. Injury was merely an inconvenience. His priority now was to withdraw, regroup, and await backup. By the time he'd retreated a short distance, his wounds were already healed. So, it's you, Shi of Kumogakure, came a voice. She turned. A woman approached. Dark eyes locked onto him, filled with killing intent. You. Ever since the death of the 4th Hokage, Kumogakure had made countless provocations against Konoha. The people's patience had worn thin. If not for Hokage's restraint, a 4th shinobi war might have erupted already between the Land of Fire and Land of Lightning. But now, after Kumogakure had dared to invade the Land of Fire and attack an escort mission, there would be no more tolerance. Yi Yu's blade glinted. TCH. She drew his kunai, clashing with her weapon. Sarutobi Hazuki, I'll give you one chance. Surrender now, and I'll let you live. Resist, and everyone dies. Psychological warfare. Sometimes, a single phrase could turn a battle. But Hazuki ignored him and struck again. You're the one who's going to die. Her blade whirled with terrifying speed. She barely kept up, parrying blow after blow, cursing inwardly. But his face remained calm. Hey, just wait. 2 more squads are about to flank you. Can you hold out? Another burst of lightning release forced Yu back. She healed again. He was versatile, but lacked dominance in any one field. Against a pure attacker like Hazuki, he couldn't win head-on. His only option was to stall. I've already sent the signal, he said casually. Reinforcements will be here in 5 minutes. You'll all be corpses by then. Hand over Shukaku, and I might spare you. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the forest. The one tail. Shukaku. Its enormous body towered above the trees, thrashing and roaring as it smashed the battlefield. Zai's face twisted. You released the one tail. Are you crazy? It could kill your own people. Are you not afraid of enraging both Konoha and Sunagaku? HMPH. Weak Konoha. Useless sand. Let them be angry. Even so, Shukaku's rampage threatened to devastate his forces. She ground his teeth. All of this was Atsui's fault. If he hadn't gotten himself, and his entire unit, killed without reporting back, she wouldn't have walked into this trap. Now Atsui was dead, and she would be blamed. There was only one way out: capture Shukaku. She activated his lightning illusion technique again. This time, he would take the fight to Yu, defeat her, retreat to the right flank, and then support the left. But Yu sensed something off the moment the light flared. Genjutsu. She shut her eyes, relying on sound to track Zai's movement. Then came a chilling thought. Was Naruto in trouble? Back at the Konoha camp, Zai's squad had been decimated, either slain or scattered. Yu stayed behind to finish them off before preparing to pursue Shi. If she failed to catch him, she'd turn to support the right flank. The left was covered by Gaara, but the right had no such advantage. Her final order: hold the right side as long as possible. If you must retreat, fight and run. Wait for support. Right flank. Forest edge. A group of Konoha shinobi, accompanied by a few from Sunagaku, waited silently among the trees. Inuzuka Hana led them. Her second in command. Uzumaki Naruto. Yu hadn't let Naruto command. Not because she doubted his strength, he could escape from any opponent, but because the others, mostly Chunin, might suffer from his overconfidence. Better to preserve their strength. But something was strange. No enemy had appeared for a long time. Instead, reinforcements arrived, boosting their numbers to over 50. How's the situation? No contact yet. Didn't anyone scout ahead? Naruto's shadow clone went, but nothing's come back. Inuzuka Hana glanced up at Naruto perched in a tree. He smiled at her, shy, almost innocent. She felt nervous. Unbeknownst to her, the Naruto she saw was just a shadow clone. The real Naruto had already launched an attack, ambushing the hidden cloud ninja force ahead. A massacre. 85 enemy shinobi. Among them, 1 Jonin, 7 special Jonin. A force equal to a small nation's elite. They were meant to flank, encircle, or reinforce. Instead, they died before they even moved. Naruto had waited near their position, hidden, until the flare signaled Zai's ambush. Just as they prepared to mobilize, the enemy Jonin took a drag from his cigarette, unaware that it would be his last. Then came the red chakra. It tore through the sky, tore through the jungle. Tailed beast bomb. The forest trembled. Yu and Shi, in the middle of their clash, froze, staring toward the blast. She paled. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is here. We weren't told. They should have brought more elite fighters, or brought Killer Bee himself. What now? Yu's heart pounded. He's using the tailed beast form. That idiot. I told him to run, not fight. But she quickly composed herself. No time to worry. End this fight, then rush to support him. She resumed their clash, both growing more desperate. Left flank. Behind the battlefield. Temari crouched behind a boulder, watching Shukaku tear through cloud forces. Tailed beasts were devastating against ordinary ninja. Only a handful could harm Shukaku. Temari's job was simple: monitor Gaara. If he lost control, she would use the mini-explosive tag she'd secretly placed on him. Yi Yu had insisted on it, just in case. Temari had objected at first. Gaara was her brother. But Yi Yu had offered a tempting reward: a marriage alliance between Temari and Naruto. In the end, Temari chose love over blood. "Sorry, Gaara. Do this for your future brother-in-law," she whispered as she watched Gaara. But then, a surge of malevolent chakra swept the forest. Gaara's eyes widened with manic joy. He abandoned the cloud forces and turned Shukaku toward the source. "Fox. Let's fight." Temari panicked. Should she trigger the tag? No Konoha or Sand personnel had been harmed yet. Meanwhile, Naruto ended his transformation. He scanned the scorched battlefield. No one remained. The tailed beast bomb had vaporized 85 enemies. Only a few fingers and strands of hair were left. Too clean, Naruto muttered. Next time I should go back to killing them one by one. More reliable. Just as he relaxed, hands burst from the earth, grabbing his legs. 3 cloud shinobi emerged, the Jonin from before, now battered but alive. They'd survived by using Earth style to tunnel underground. Sealing jutsu. Now, the Jonin barked. "Forget she. We're taking him back." They formed hand seals. Naruto gave them a smile. "Your sealing jutsu's a bit rough. You should at least be using the diamond seal." "Shut up. You're already dead. We'll flay you alive and offer your head to Konoha." Their hatred twisted into cruel curses. But Naruto remained calm, even amused. One of them broke formation, enraged, and moved to kick him. Then stopped, dead in his tracks. "Wait, wah." In that instant, the soil was empty. Only a wooden log remained. The 2 shinobi collapsed, one split in half, the other beheaded. Naruto stood behind them, blade in hand, smiling coldly. "So, you're the last one." The Jonin turned to flee, only to freeze in horror. More than a dozen nine-tails cloaked shadow clones surrounded him. All throughout the forest, similar scenes unfolded. Cloud shinobi, fleeing in terror, were hunted down, one by one. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "I hate deserters most. If you want to kill him," a clone whispered, "you have to catch him yourself." Chapter 105. The autumn rain poured endlessly, turning the forest into a mire of red water. Time had slipped by unnoticed, and now the sky was dark, with only a faint, hazy moon overhead. As the breeze moved through the trees, it carried a mist tinged with blood across the border forest between the land of fire and the land of wind. Severed arms hung from tree branches, heads lay buried beneath the soil. Naruto Uzumaki moved slowly toward the next target area, silently tallying the number of cloud ninja he'd personally killed. Of the 300 troops the hidden cloud village had sent to ambush the Konoha escort unit, nearly 200 had fallen by Naruto's hand alone. Factoring in casualties inflicted by others, the number likely exceeded 250, possibly 260. That meant only about 40 or 50 remained. What a pain. 203. The shadow clone jutsu was absolutely essential to Naruto's plan. Without it, wiping out the entire force would have been impossible. A light breeze stirred again, this time carrying a stronger scent of blood. The metallic tang was nauseating, but to Naruto, it was a sign. He smiled. That smell meant his next prey was headed straight toward him, right on schedule. Footsteps crunched through the brush, accompanied by the sound of branches snapping under movement. Voices followed soon after. "Lord Gaide, we should fall back. Atse is missing, and we can't reach Lord Shi or Lord Molly's. I'm scared." That meant this group was being led by a Jonin, likely one of the 3 main commanders from Kumogakure. She was currently engaged in battle with Sarutobi Hazuki, and Molly's was already dead, killed by Naruto. This left only Gaide to possibly support the remaining cloud troops. What are you afraid of? Gaide barked in a gravelly voice. Do you even know who I am? Keep pursuing the one tail. Ah. Brave and stubborn. Naruto's eyes glinted with satisfaction. A high-ranking ninja willing to fight rather than flee was easier to track and kill. 1, 2, 3, 4. Naruto counted. 7 in total. Not bad. They had stumbled into a sizable cluster of survivors. Hey, kid. What unit are you with? I don't recognize you. Gaide eyed Naruto suspiciously. He clearly hated deserters, but needed answers. When Naruto didn't respond, Gaide frowned. Have you seen Shiramali's? No. Figures. Fine. Take a breather and then come with us to hunt down the one tail. He didn't ask whether Naruto wanted to join. He simply issued the order. This might even be fun, and it'd save him the trouble of tracking scattered enemies alone. Sure enough, as they ran, more stragglers joined the team. In under 10 minutes, their number swelled to 14. This was much more efficient than searching solo. Ahead, Shukaku had slowed down, scanning his surroundings. Naruto noticed that the massive beast had stopped in the exact spot where he'd used a tailed beast bomb earlier to wipe out a cloud unit. Likely, Shukaku was searching for the 9 tails. Naruto, who had disappeared after the blast. Hey, what's your name? Asked one of the cloud ninja. Pretty sure I haven't seen you around. The man approached with a friendly tone. Naruto, improvising, gave him a name that would sound natural in the land of lightning. Ichobi, he replied. Ichobi. The man scratched his head. That name sounds kinda weird. Naruto chuckled. I think it's fine. Meeting Naruto's eyes, Drake lowered his voice even more. I don't wanna fight anymore. Let's ditch these guys and make a break for it. Drake assumed Naruto was a deserter, like himself. But upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Naruto's eyes. You're first. Let's talk in a bit, Naruto said calmly. We'll fall back to the rear and then slip away. Drake's face lit up with hope. He wasn't the only one. Most of the cloud ninja Naruto had killed shared that same mindset. They thought they were coming for an easy victory, glory, loot, maybe even a captive or two. Some had even fantasized about abducting Konoha Kunoichi. None expected to become the hunted. Ichobi, Drake said again, beaming as the two of them slowed down, drifting to the back of the squad. He didn't get another word out. Naruto's kunai slashed cleanly across his neck, leaving a deep red mark. As Drake collapsed, Naruto used the transformation jutsu to take his appearance and rejoined the group unnoticed. No one up front realized they'd lost a man. Their focus had already shifted to the battle ahead. She stepped back, breathing hard, then dropped his ruined weapon and began forming hand seals. Chakra condensed into a sharp blade of water, deadlier than his iron sword had ever been. Zai's face twisted. He hadn't expected this. His previous attack now seemed laughable by comparison. Time to retreat. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a voice rang out. You're looking pathetic. Relief surged through Zai's chest as he spotted the cloud team arriving. Reinforcements, finally. Sarutobi Hazuki, you're finished, he shouted, activating palm healing to tend to his wounds. Surround her. The cloud ninjas rushed forward, encircling Hazuki from all sides. I don't have a wife yet, give her to me and I'll treat everyone when we get back. Why be selfish? A beauty like her's better enjoyed by everyone. The cloud ninja began debating who would get to own Hazuki, their eyes full of greed and malice. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. For female ninjas captured on the battlefield, this was often their fate. Death was mercy. If they survived capture, what awaited them was far worse. You think you can kill me now? Keep dreaming, he sneered, stepping behind two of his allies to use them as shields. Then he paused. Something felt off. The chakra of the cloud ninja beside him, it wasn't right. Just 3 steps away, that ninja suddenly launched an attack, targeting not Hazuki. The speed surpassed even Jonin level. 208, came a whisper. No paid members are joining. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to drop this fanfic. Chapter 106. Hey. The kunai, wrapped in the crimson chakra of the nine tails, slashed through the air in a deadly arc. It pierced Zai's left kidney and tore across to his right shoulder, slicing through his body as effortlessly as a hot knife through tofu. No matter how skilled she was in medical ninjutsu, it was already too late to save himself. In his final moments, he never imagined his end would come so swiftly, so unceremoniously. For a long second, the entire battlefield froze. Eyes widened in disbelief. The right-hand man of the Raikage, one of the Hidden Cloud Village's most elite jonin, had just been cut down by a kunai. What just happened? Am I under a genjutsu? This has to be fake. There's no way Lord Shi could die that easily, he's one of our strongest. No, it can't be. Wait, did you see that red chakra? I've seen it before, on Lord Killer B. Could that guy, could he not be Drake? You're not Drake. You're that blonde kid from earlier, aren't you? Gaide bellowed, his muscles bulging, hair flying wildly as rage consumed him. He looked like a demon rising from the depths of hell. The sheer pressure he radiated rolled toward Naruto like a crashing wave. Of course I'm not Drake, Naruto said with a cold chuckle. I'm Ichiobi. The transformation technique dissipated, revealing Naruto's true form. Without wasting a moment, he dove into the surrounding cloud ninja, cutting them down at blinding speed. A kunai flew and buried itself in a shinobi's temple. A casually thrown Rasengan exploded against another's face, crushing his skull instantly under the spiraling force. 210. In less than a second, two more fell by Naruto's hand. Yi Yu stood frozen, her eyes unfocused, as if someone had thrown a stone into the still waters of her mind. But this stone wasn't ordinary, it had caused ripples that shook her world. Naruto's unexpected appearance had saved her from certain death. A narrow escape. A miracle born in the heat of desperation. Before she could even collect herself, Naruto struck down two more shinobi. 212, he muttered. The mood on the battlefield shifted. Fear crept into the hearts of the Kumogakure Chunin. Gaide's fury intensified. Hazuki felt a strange pulse in her chest. Friend, Sarutobi Hazuki's corruption level increased by 3%. Current level, 38%. You little bastard. I'll kill you. Gaide roared, charging Naruto with terrifying speed. He was from the same generation as the current Raikage, trained under the same teacher. His combat style, like the Raikage's, focused entirely on physical prowess. Lightning chakra surged through his body. He formed his left hand into a blade, ready to decapitate Naruto in a single strike. Thunder style. Torture level Chiomai. His speed and power were overwhelming, but he made a critical mistake. He let his emotions override his judgment. In his rage, he forgot the presence of Yi Yu, an elite jonin in her own right. As Gaide charged, Hazuki raised her water blade. Its tip shimmered with murderous intent, honed by chakra. She whispered a quiet chant, leapt high into the air, and slashed through the layer of lightning chakra armor. The blade pierced his side, cutting into his ribs. It wasn't fatal, his body was too tough, but it was enough to slow him down. Blood sprayed from the wound. Gaide faltered but clenched his teeth and pushed on. She had been his closest comrade in the land of lightning. He couldn't let the man's death go unavenged. He was confident he could crush the blonde brat in a single move. But Naruto had other plans. A smirk tugged at Naruto's lips as he jumped back, quickly forming a hand seal. Sexy jutsu. The moonlight shimmered, casting a silvery glow on the transformation, an impossibly beautiful blonde woman, smiling sweetly at Gaide. Big brother, don't kill me, okay, she whispered with a wink. Gaide stopped dead. The world seemed to freeze in place. The lightning chakra surrounding him fizzled out. A soft blush crept onto his cheeks. He stared, stunned, completely motionless, as if turned to stone. Even the cloud ninja who were trying to retreat turned back, entranced by the vision. No one could look away. Yi Yu stood speechless. She, a proud kunoichi, was momentarily shaken. The beauty of Naruto's transformation eclipsed her own. For the first time, she felt a twinge of jealousy. The cold wind blew through Naruto's golden hair as he laughed. If we're talking about the strongest jutsu in the world, my perfected sexy jutsu is second to none. From Konohamaru to Kagaya-hime, no one who saw it could resist. Giant Rasengan. The roar of chakra snapped everyone out of their trance, but it was already too late. Gaide barely managed to raise his arms in defense. The massive Rasengan, developed from the tailed beast bomb, slammed into him. His arms broke first. The spinning chakra drilled through skin, bone, and muscle. Naruto pushed forward. The Rasengan smashed through Gaide's arms and crushed into his chest. The shockwaves sent him flying, tearing through a line of trees. Even so, Gaide's durability was astounding. He was the first enemy Naruto had fought who could survive for more than a few seconds against the giant Rasengan. Huff. 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 Naruto poured more chakra into the jutsu. The spinning intensified. The Rasengan grew louder, stronger, unstoppable. Finally, Gaide's body gave in. His bones shattered. His soul left his body. Silence. The Cloud Ninja were frozen in fear. Their eyes wide. Their mouths open. Their weapons clattered to the ground. In mere seconds, they had gone from admiring a beautiful woman to witnessing the brutal death of one of their strongest warriors. Heaven and hell, only a moment apart. Time seemed to stop until Naruto turned and flashed a wicked grin. Now, who's next? Without pause, Naruto leapt forward. 3 shuriken flew, embedding into the necks of 3 shinobi. They died before they hit the ground. Panic erupted. The rest of the Cloud Ninjas fled in terror. Naruto wouldn't let them. He picked up a fallen Kumogakure blade and began cutting them down with ease. Each slash was effortless, like chopping vegetables. To him, there was little difference between a chunin and a chicken. 217. 218. 219. 220. The last surviving Cloud Ninja collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. He bowed repeatedly, his forehead bloodied from the impact. Please, sir, don't kill me. I beg you. I didn't want to invade Konoha. It was all the Raikage's fault. I swear. I love peace. The Raikage forced us to fight. I had no choice. I'll tell you everything. I'll give you all the intel you want. Please spare me. Hazuki stepped forward, her voice calm. Naruto, we can spare him. He might be useful back at the village. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. He turned to bow to Hazuki, thinking he was saved. After all, he recognized her. She was Sarutobi Hazuki, the squad's leader, the one they had all been warned about before the mission. Surely, if she said the word, he would live. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't interested in Hazuki's mercy. He walked up to the man, stared down at him, and said coldly, "No need to thank me. It's unnecessary." The blood-stained kunai plunged into the man's skull. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had dared to hope, dared to believe Naruto would obey orders. 221. Out of 300 Cloud Shinobi, 221 had died at Naruto's hands. The remaining 79. Gone. Ding. Option 2 complete. Reward, Human Puppet, received. Ding. Option 4 complete. Reward, Fire Release, Ceremonial Flame, received. Both rewards were now stored safely in Naruto's mental space. He glanced around the battlefield, smiling. The crisp breeze of late autumn brushed past him. The withered yellow leaves at his feet felt almost warm now. Why did you kill him too? A soft, slightly annoyed voice asked from behind. Naruto turned to see Sarutobi Hazuki walking toward him, brows furrowed. Disobeying a superior's order was no small matter in any village. A petty leader could easily sentence a subordinate to death for such defiance. But Naruto wasn't worried. He had just saved her life, and she wasn't that kind of leader. Besides, he did it for her. "Madam," Naruto said, meeting her eyes. His tone was fierce, unwavering. "That man insulted you. It made me furious. He stepped closer. Anyone who slanders you deserves to die. The evening wind lifted Hazuki's black hair as her heart thumped hard under Naruto's gaze. Friend, Sarutobi Hazuki's corruption level increased by 12%. Current level, 50%. Tonight, her heart could not stay calm. Chapter 107. Shukaku's target is Naruto. Temari continued chasing after Gaara, who had transformed into Shukaku. Along the way, she encountered multiple of Naruto's shadow clones. Every time she came across one, she saw them taking down cloud ninjas with precision. But shortly after, Shukaku would find and obliterate each shadow clone. At first, Temari assumed Shukaku was simply attacking randomly. They were just shadow clones, there didn't seem to be a reason to read into it. But as it kept happening, a pattern became clear. Shukaku wasn't striking indiscriminately, he was targeting Naruto's clones specifically. He was trying to find and kill Naruto himself. Temari's brow furrowed deeply. She looked up at Gaara, still asleep atop Shukaku's head, and whispered in her heart, "I'm sorry, Gaara. I can't let Shukaku find your brother-in-law. Forgive me." Temari raised one hand without hesitation and activated a micro-detonating tag attached to Gaara's back. In a burst of sparks, it blew apart his clothing and cracked through the sand armor that shielded his body. The sharp pain jolted Gaara awake, forcing him to regain control over Shukaku. Damn it! I was finally free. Before Shukaku could finish speaking, the light in its eyes faded. The massive body fell still. Gaara was back in control. Perfect. The tag's strength was just right. Temari sighed with relief, preparing to retrieve her brother. But then, something unexpected happened. Gaara didn't stop the transformation. He continued moving in one direction, as if on a mission. Was Shukaku released by Gaara willingly? A chill ran down Temari's spine. She suddenly remembered. Gaara had once harbored intense hostility toward Naruto. She'd lived so peacefully with Naruto for so long now, she hadn't communicated much with her brother. She had forgotten Gaara used to want to fight him. Temari opened her signature 3-star fan and, mid-air, swung it hard behind her. The force of the wind launched her forward. I have to stop Gaara. Fast. This wasn't just about concern for Naruto's safety. Temari knew better than anyone how dangerous Naruto could be when provoked. If Gaara pushed him too far, Naruto might kill him. Up ahead, she spotted Naruto, and Sarutobi Hazuki was beside him. It looked like this was the real Naruto, not a clone. Uzumaki Naruto. I finally found you. Gaara roared, his voice crazed with excitement. Ever since the Chunin exams, Gaara had wanted to challenge Naruto again. First Sasuke got in the way. Then his plans fell apart, and he was arrested. After enduring torture in Konoha, he was finally free. And now, standing before him, was Naruto Uzumaki. This was it, the chance for the decisive battle he'd dreamed of. Shukaku's giant body blocked out the moonlight. Hazuki blinked, startled by the enormous silhouette. She turned serious. Shukaku's out of control. Maybe, Naruto replied, looking up. He didn't seem particularly worried, just annoyed that Gaara was interfering at such a terrible time. He glanced at Temari behind Shukaku. So much for using this opportunity with Hazuki. What a waste. Uzumaki Naruto. I'll kill you. Gaara shrieked, sending Shukaku's massive arm crashing down toward Naruto and Hazuki. We need to stop him. Hazuki quickly formed a water sword with hand seals. Naruto nodded, calm and unfazed. Still, if I can't enjoy some alone time with Hazuki, I might as well enjoy the battle. He silently activated a system within his mind. Gaara has released Shukaku to attack you, interfering with your plans to seduce Hazuki. You're furious and vow to punish him. Choose your response. Stay friendly. Forget it, he's my brother-in-law after all. Reward. 10% Gaara corruption value. Handle it rationally. Time to teach my brother-in-law a lesson. Reward. 10% control over one-tail Shukaku. Act recklessly. Beat Gaara and Temari both right here and now. Reward. 100% control over Temari. Be ruthless. Kill Gaara. Reward. Torture Temari for 30 days. TCH. As twisted as ever. Naruto immediately dismissed choices 1 and 3. He had zero interest in men. And choice 4. Too cruel. Temari was obedient enough already. Choice 2 was best. Let's see what 10% of One Tail's power looks like. Naruto waited for the giant arm to fall. Hold on, Hazuki said. I'll circle left, you take the right. Got it. Naruto infused chakra into his legs and moved. Together, they avoided the arm and charged up its length toward Gaara. Gaara, still controlling Shukaku, panicked. Damn it. Stop. He clapped his hands, turning the ground into quicksand. Hazuki's feet were snagged. Though she could escape with ninjutsu, her speed dropped. Gaara smirked and continued shaping sand to trap them. Temari arrived just in time to see Gaara begin his assault. Her hands clenched tightly around her fan. Gaara, stop, she shouted. But Gaara ignored her. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Hazuki blew away the sand, turning to Naruto. Move. You're not getting away. Gaara howled, unleashing a torrent of gravel. Naruto stood calm in the storm of sand, hair whipping in the wind. But help had arrived. From the border came Sunagaku's reinforcements, led by none other than the legendary Granny Chiyo. She had long since retired from politics, but with no Kazekage and the village in crisis, the elders had begged her to return and negotiate peace with Konoha. Chiyo, seeing the scene before her, was stunned. It's not Konoha attacking us, it's us attacking them again. Her eyes narrowed. Stop this immediately, she barked. Gaara didn't even blink. Chiyo's expression darkened. If we kill Konoha ninjas now, there'll be no way to make peace. Suddenly, red chakra exploded around Naruto. He shattered the sand, soared into the sky, and landed a brutal punch on Gaara's forehead. Boom. Gaara's vision blurred. Before he could recover, Naruto slammed a second punch into his gut. Then a rising dragon fist knocked him into the air. Shukaku's body dissolved into sand. As Gaara plummeted, Naruto continued his assault, fist after fist, shouting. Stupid brother-in-law. You dare hit your brother-in-law. You ignored your sister. You brought this on yourself. By the time the others caught up, Gaara was unrecognizable, swollen, bruised, nose bloodied. Even his own mother wouldn't have recognized him. Chiyo stood speechless. That's the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He looks the same age as Gaara. How is there such a difference? Yi Yu grinned proudly. Naruto's Konoha's strongest next-gen ninja. Skipped Chunin. Went straight to Jonin. Most of the hidden cloud casualties were his doing, even their Jonin. Chiyo opened her mouth, then shut it. This is the genius Konoha breeds. We can't compete. Stop. That's enough. Temari ran up and pulled Naruto off Gaara. He's going to die. Naruto wiped his fists calmly. Don't worry, I held back. Temari stared at Gaara's swollen face. This is what you call holding back. Naruto shrugged. If I hadn't cared about your feelings, he'd be dead. Temari's expression softened. Her heart skipped. He said he cared about my feelings. For a moment, she forgot Gaara looked like a beaten watermelon. Thank you, she whispered. You're not a stranger, Naruto replied with a wink, walking toward Hazuki and Chiyo. Ding, option 2 complete. Reward granted, 10% one-tail control. Inside Shukaku's mind space, the tailed beast rampaged in fury. Let me out. I'll kill you all. But no matter how violently it attacked, the space held firm. Then something new appeared. A black sphere began sucking in its chakra. What is this? Shukaku pumped more chakra to resist, but the sphere only sucked harder. Its body began to shrink. Wait. What is this thing? For the first time in centuries, Shukaku panicked. It had never felt this helpless. Finally, the black orb vanished, leaving Shukaku shrunken and exhausted. It reinforced its seal immediately. Compared to this, being sealed inside a Jinchuriki felt safe. In the Nine Tails prison, The fox watched the tiny form of Shukaku reform from the residual chakra. Quote ellipsis. That idiot got eaten. Kyuubi swallowed hard. So, he really can kill me too. By 11 p.m., Konoha and Suna ninjas had retrieved the fallen. The dead from Suna were returned to their village. Konoha kept its own, as well as those from the hidden cloud. Enemy bodies were stripped of supplies and burned to avoid spreading disease. Fires lit up the forest like daylight. Naruto sat on a high branch, holding Temari's hand as they waited for Hazuki to finish talking with Chiyo. Temari was unusually quiet. She didn't want to say goodbye. So Naruto just sat with her. He could feel Shukaku's chakra now within him. Not exactly dismembered, but very similar. Could I, one day, gather all the tailed beasts? Would that make me the 10 tails? Naruto tilde, Temari whispered, leaning close. Her soft breath brushed his cheek. The scent of gardenia filled his nose. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Wait, are you using my gold metal shower gel? Temari. Just like that, the mood shattered. You ruin every moment, she grumbled. Naruto pointed toward Hazuki and Chiyo. Girl, be careful. They're watching. What? I didn't even do anything. You showered. You came to see me late at night. You're seducing me. You. That's not true. Naruto grinned. She just wanted to ask if I'd miss her again. She never tired of asking. He held her hand tighter. The breeze carried the smell of autumn leaves. Temari's hair brushed his face. Do I look good? She asked. Naruto smirked. She was too bold, no blushing at all. Unlike Hinata, who'd faint from one glance. Don't you have something else to say? Temari nudged his side. Like, compliment me or something. Naruto chuckled, brushing a leaf from her head. I had jerky this morning. No. I want you to say I'm beautiful. You want Konoha snacks? I'll send you some. I'm very handsome. Temari rolled her eyes and sulked in silence. When Hazuki called them over, Naruto leaned in and whispered, I'll save the compliments for next time. I'll miss you. Temari's cheeks turned pink. Her eyes darted away. She left with Chiyo and a swollen-faced Gaara, unable to say another word. As Naruto watched her go, Hazuki appeared beside him. Looks good, huh? She asked coolly. Naruto turned. His wife looked slightly frosty. Yeah. She's pretty. But not half as pretty as you. But she smiled beneath the moonlight. Friend, Sarutobi Hazuki's corruption level increased by 5%. Current value, 55%. Chapter 108. The Kumogakure ambushed the escort unit, resulting in heavy casualties among our investigators. We request immediate reinforcements from the village. It was late November when Konoha saw its first snowfall. The report of the Cloud Village attack arrived early in the morning, sending ripples of fury throughout Konoha, from civilians to academy students. Talk of war spread like wildfire. Those cloud ninjas are getting too bold. Do they think we've forgotten who leads the 5 great nations? It's about time we taught Kumogakure a lesson they won't forget. When are we marching out? Let's crush Kumogakure already. In the Nara compound, young members of the new Inoshika Cho trio gathered with their clansmen, all venting their frustration loudly. Their outrage reflected the general sentiment among Konoha's younger generation, passionate, impulsive, and unafraid. The older generation, however, sat in the study, silently sipping tea and playing shogi. Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Choza Akamichi listened to the noise outside with quiet sighs, their expressions composed. They understood the true cost of war. Akamichi Choza looked at his friends and asked, Shikaku, do you think we'll actually go to war with Kumogakure? Shikaku made a move on the board, then slowly shook his head. It's unlikely. Too many variables. Inoichi chimed in after countering Shikaku's move. Tsunade's position is uncertain. The elders definitely won't want war. If someone pushes for it, they'll be the first to push back. But this time, Hazuki herself was attacked. Won't the Sarutobi clan demand justice? Choza questioned. Shikaku tapped his finger on the shogi board. Don't forget what happened with the Hyuga clan a few years ago. If Hiyashi didn't have a twin brother to serve as a substitute, he would have been forced to sacrifice himself. Choza fell silent. Even the head of the Hyuga clan had been made to bow to Cloud's demands. What was Hazuki to the elders? The third Hokage was gone. No one feared the Sarutobi clan anymore. Konoha wasn't what it used to be. Its current leadership was cautious, more concerned about losing what little they had left than standing their ground. A long, heavy silence filled the study. Though the news had reached every clan, the mood in the Hyuga compound was distinctly grim. Even the younger clan members appeared unusually subdued. Hiyashi Hyuga stood in the training room, watching his daughter Hanabi spar against a wooden dummy. His hand clenched the corner of his robes. The scars of the past were still fresh. He and his twin, Hazashi, had shared a bond not unlike Hinata and Hanabi now. And yet, when the village demanded a sacrificial lamb, Hazashi had been offered without hesitation. Even though it had been the Cloud Ninja who tried to kidnap Hinata, it was Hiyashi who was forced to bear the guilt, and his brother who paid the price. As the painful memories swirled, Hiyashi muttered to himself, "Is it happening again? Can we even remain in Konoha?" He glanced back at Hanabi, his resolve hardening. He would not let his daughters experience what he and Hazashi did. Just then, a soft knock came from the training room door. "Lord Hiyashi," came the voice of a Hyuga Chunin from the intelligence division. The door opened and the ninja knelt beside Hiyashi with a gleam in his eye. "Good news, sir. The escort team eliminated the entire Kumogakure assault force, 300 enemy shinobi. Not a single survivor." Hiyashi blinked in surprise. Wasn't the situation dire just this morning? How did it turn into a complete victory? That's impressive. Hazuki must be far stronger than we thought, Hiyashi muttered. She's grown in power after all these years. But the Chunin shook his head. The majority of the credit goes to Uzumaki Naruto. Hiyashi's brows furrowed. The Chunin continued, according to Hazuki's letter, Naruto killed more than 200 of the enemy himself, including all 3 Jonin commanders. Hanabi, who had paused mid-punch, turned in shock. That loudmouth blonde guy. He'd once claimed to like every pretty girl, even Hanabi. She'd always thought of him as a ridiculous pervert. But, to single-handedly defeat that many enemies. That wasn't something an ordinary ninja could do. Hiyashi, equally stunned, muttered, "Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." "Yes, sir. And the information is confirmed." Hiyashi's disbelief was slowly giving way to realization. Naruto was the same age as Hinata, yet he'd killed 3 Jonin and more than 200 enemy shinobi. Kumogakure's Jonin weren't exactly pushovers. The Chunin added, "Naruto is not to be underestimated. In the last Chunin exams, he single-handedly eliminated everyone else in the Forest of Death. He's already recognized as the most powerful of his generation." Hiyashi was silent for a long moment, then finally nodded. The third Hokage was gone. Naruto was not just the Jinchuriki, he was now a prodigy with growing fame and the protection of Jiraiya. Anyone who tried to scapegoat him now would be accused of treason. Knowing Kumogakure's pride, they'd surely demand Naruto's life to avenge this loss. But this time, Hiyashi would stand his ground. He owed Hazashi that much. "Send word to the clan heads. Tell them I request a meeting with Lady Tsunade." After the Chunin departed, Hiyashi looked toward the sky and murmured, "I have to thank Uzumaki Naruto. If it were anyone else, the higher-ups would have buried this incident. Father, that guy Naruto's a pervert. Don't get involved with him." Hanabi had quietly approached. Hiyashi blinked. "You know Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you say that?" "He's weird," Hanabi muttered, wiping her forehead. "He says he likes little girls. Total creep." Hiyashi's expression shifted. "Little girls." His gaze dropped to Hanabi's innocent face. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could she be the little girl Naruto was talking about? "Wait, are you saying Naruto likes you?" "Ew. I didn't say that. Just thinking about it grosses me out." Hanabi didn't deny it. Hiyashi stared at his daughter for a moment, then glanced at a family portrait. The wheels in his mind turned. A political alliance with the Jinchuriki, could it be arranged? Meanwhile, at the Yamanaka household, Yamanaka Inoichi had just brought his daughter home. As she plopped into a chair, she asked, "What's going on, Dad?" "I thought I was training with Shikamaru and Shoji today." Inoichi didn't answer right away. His thoughts were still on Naruto's astonishing feat. At this point, even the fourth Hokage hadn't achieved such things at Naruto's age. He finally said, "Ino, you like Naruto, don't you?" Ino blushed immediately. "Who said that? I don't like him. Maybe he likes me, and I guess I like him a little, maybe." Her voice trailed off as she buried her face in her hands. Inoichi smiled. "Ino, you don't need to hide anything from me. If you want to be with Naruto, I won't stop you anymore." "Dad, what are you even saying? Ugh, you're so embarrassing." She ran off to her room, heart pounding. Outside, the snowflakes fell softly. Inside, Ino hugged her pillow with a bright grin. Her father had always warned her to stay away from Naruto. But now, he'd given his blessing. Maybe now she could openly pursue him. Tsunade sat in the Hokage office, rereading Hazuki's letter. She chuckled to herself. That little liar. Naruto had played her. She remembered how he faked being near death after killing Kabuto. At the time, she'd been furious at herself for not arriving sooner. Now it was obvious. Naruto had faked it to draw her sympathy. TCH. She rubbed her temple, torn between amusement and exasperation. He's just like Jiraiya. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Kakashi and Guy stepped in. "Lady Tsunade, the rescue team is ready." They had prepared a large-scale operation, 20 special Jonin, 500 Chunin, but with Hazuki's team en route home, it was no longer necessary. Still, Tsunade wasn't satisfied. "It's not enough. Kakashi, summon the major clans. Assemble 5,000 Chunin and above. I'm going to Hidden Cloud myself. This won't end with words. If we keep acting like tame cats, they'll treat us like prey." Just then, Hyuga Hiyashi, Shikaku Nara, and other clan heads entered, all clad in combat gear. "Lady Tsunade," Hiyashi said solemnly, "the Hyuga clan is ready to fight for Konoha." One by one, they echoed his words. "The Nara clan will fight for Konoha. The Yamanaka clan will fight for Konoha. The Akamichi clan will fight for Konoha. The Inuzuka clan will fight for Konoha." Chapter 109. A white carrier pigeon soared across the azure sky and descended into the Hidden Cloud village, landing gently in the hands of the fourth Raikage. Such a force, capable of toppling minor nations and wiping out entire ninja villages, should have had no trouble seizing the One Tail, even if it was escorted by a mere 100 shinobi. But the outcome was clear. The entire force had been annihilated. All of them were dead. Sunlight poured across the room, illuminating the Raikage's dark face. His cheek felt strangely cold. Tears. Murky, silent tears streamed down the face of the strongest man in the Hidden Cloud village. "I, who stood at the very summit of power, let them fall." Just as he stepped inside, there came a knock at the door. Creak. The door opened, revealing a tall, white-haired woman in a navy blue long dress. Her figure was elegant, her waist slender and her chest full. Despite her dark complexion, her beauty was unmistakable. I quickly composed himself. This was Mabui, his secretary and one of the few elite Jonin of the Hidden Cloud. "What is it?" he asked, his voice rough. "A letter has arrived from Konoha, Lord Raikage. Please take a look." Mabui stepped forward and placed a letter bearing the Konoha seal on his desk. I opened it, scanned it briefly, and then, with a furious roar, shredded it to pieces and tossed the scraps into the air. His rage boiled over. He slammed the desk with his palm. "Mabui, gather the council. I'm going to meet Konoha in person. Let's see what kind of nerve they really have." Tsuchikage's office. Iwagakure. What? The Hidden Cloud disguised themselves as the Hidden Stone to attack both Konoha and the Hidden Sand. The short and elderly third Tsuchikage, Onoki, hovered midair, spinning in fury. His voice rang with outrage. His son and granddaughter stood nearby, watching calmly. They were well accustomed to his temper. After a while, Kuretsuchi, Onoki's granddaughter, spread her hands with a sigh. The news is all over the ninja world by now, Grandpa. We're just waiting for you to decide what to do next. Onoki finally touched down, landing gently atop his desk. He was silent for a long moment before speaking. Let's wait and see how this plays out. Huh? Have you lost your mind, old man? Kuretsuchi blurted. She couldn't understand his reasoning at all. The hidden cloud had clearly tried to frame the hidden stone for their actions. So why do nothing? Was he afraid of the hidden cloud? Seeing the irritation in her expression, Onoki gave her a sidelong glance. The main conflict right now is between Konoha and the hidden cloud, he said. Why get involved? Let them fight. If they argue or go to war, all the better. When both sides are exhausted, that's when we'll make our move. Kuretsuchi narrowed her eyes, curling her lip. So we just sit here and let them fling all their filth on us? That's pathetic. Her sarcasm made Onoki's mouth twitch. She was still too young to understand the terror and cost of war. You young people are always in a hurry, Onoki scolded. In time, you'll understand the value of patience. TCH. Kuretsuchi rolled her eyes. When I'm your age, I hope I never become like you. You little brat. What did you just say? Onoki stomped his foot, his face red with indignation. Land of Wind. Sunagaker. Excuse me. What do the elders want with me? You'll know soon enough, the Anbu escort said. I can't say, but I promise, it's something good. Something good. Tamari murmured, her lips curling in suspicion. A possibility flickered in her mind. As night fell, Tamari, fresh from a funeral, followed the Anbu into the Cage building and was led straight to the Cage's office. The room was brightly lit. The village's top officials were already gathered, led by Elder Chiyo. Temari's teacher, Maki, and her two younger brothers, Gaara and Konkuro, were also present. Chiyo was smiling faintly. Temari's heart skipped a beat. Had Sarutobi Hazuki kept his promise? Were they already preparing the political marriage she'd hoped for? Tamari, come here, Chiyo called, waving her forward with a warm smile. Tamari nodded and stepped to the front, standing respectfully. Grandmother. Haha, don't be nervous, Chiyo said kindly. Tamari gave a small nod. But she was nervous. Despite her usual mature demeanor, she was still a young girl at heart. The thought of marriage, especially to someone like Naruto, filled her with a strange mix of excitement and fear. The fire country is far away, what if I can't adjust? What if Naruto bullies me again and I can't even come home? That bastard, he'll definitely make things worse on purpose. Chiyo watched her closely. Noticing the panic in her eyes, she sighed and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. The village may rest in your hands one day, she said softly. You can't fall apart over something so minor. Weren't they supposed to be talking about a marriage alliance with Konoha? What was this about leading the village? What do you mean by that, grandmother? She asked, her eyes narrowing. Just what I said, Chiyo replied with a smile. After much discussion, I've decided to serve as acting Cage for now. But during my tenure, you'll serve as my deputy. Stay close, learn how to manage village affairs, and sharpen your skills. The sooner you improve, the sooner I can go back to resting. It took her a long time to process what she'd just heard. You will be, Chiyo said firmly. I'll design a training plan tailored to you and help you grow stronger, quickly. Her tone left no room for argument. The decision had been made. You've only remained a genin because you chose to take the Chunin exams with Gaara and Konkuro. But you have the potential. As a shinobi, you must have the confidence to protect your village. With that, Chiyo turned and walked out of the office. Tamari was left speechless. A heavy anxiety settled in her chest. Why now? I still want to marry Naruto. How can I marry into Konoha if I'm being groomed to become Cage? Don't worry, Maki said, placing a hand on her shoulder. We'll support you. Konkuro nodded. Yeah. I've got your back. Even Gaara, typically quiet, murmured softly, me too. Temari turned to look at Gaara, his face finally healed from the last beating. A suspicion crept into her mind. This was probably meant for Gaara, but after what he did on the border, summoning Shukaku against our allies. No wonder they gave up on him. Stupid brother. I wish Naruto would beat you into a pulp again. HMPH. I'm going to marry into Konoha anyway. There's no way I'm inheriting the Kazekage title. Whatever they assign me, I'll mess it up on purpose. Let's see how long before they replace me. Temari's guess was accurate. Chio had considered other options, but the truth was, Sunagaku lacked true talent. In the end, the only potential successors to the fourth Kazekage were his 3 children. Gaara had once seemed the obvious choice, powerful and brilliant. But his instability and violence had ruined his prospects. He simply couldn't be trusted with leadership. That left Temari and Konkuro. After lengthy debate, the elders had chosen Temari. If she failed, they'd try Konkuro next. And if that failed too, then Chio would have no other options. Perhaps it was fate that Sunagaku was meant to decline. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Chio's eyes filled with melancholy. If only Sasori were still with us, she whispered. If he were here, we wouldn't have to worry about finding a worthy Kazekage. Chapter 110. In early December, the magpies were chirping at the main gates of Konoha. After about a month away, the escort team led by Sarutobi Hazuki finally returned to the village. They had set out with 110 shinobi. After escorting the bodies of the fallen back to Konoha, Hazuki led the survivors straight to the Hokage building to report. But Tsunade wasn't there. The only one present in the Hokage's office was the long-legged Shizune, currently acting as Tsunade's office manager. A super squad of more than 20 Jonin, including Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, over 40 special Jonin like Kazuki Yugao and Mitarashi Anko, and 5,000 Chunin had departed for the Land of Lightning, to negotiate directly with the Raikage. In other words, if the negotiations failed, a full-blown war with the Hidden Cloud could break out at any moment. When Naruto heard the news, he froze. This hadn't happened in the original timeline. Either the original manga never covered this event in detail, or the flutter of butterfly wings had changed everything, nudging the world in a new direction. If it was the latter, then this could be the beginning of a much larger chain reaction. The plot as Naruto knew it could unravel entirely. Which meant, his advantage of foresight might soon vanish. What's there to be afraid of? Naruto thought to himself. We were planning to change the future anyway, this just pushes the pace a little. He quickly brushed aside the feeling of loss. The future was fluid. If he panicked over losing one minor edge, he might as well have just stuck to the original timeline and waited for Uchiha Madara to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. Now there was simply a new enemy, the Hidden Cloud. We'll fight them too, he muttered calmly. His eyes swept across the 2 women in the room, graceful Hazuki and long-legged Shizune. After admiring them quietly for a moment, he sighed to himself. Still not as good as Lady Tsunade. He had originally come to the Hokage's office hoping to wash his face, and maybe sneak a glance at Tsunade. But she wasn't here. Outside, the winter wind howled, rattling the glass panes of the office windows. Inside, Shizune shifted her legs beneath her long skirt, crossing them elegantly, her pale skin exposed to the cold air. But Ninja didn't fear the cold. Shizune twirled a pen between her fingers and said, "We've finalized the number of ninja who'll stay in the village to defend it. All clans are being treated equally. If war breaks out, at least 40% of Chunin and higher-ranked ninja must participate. Madam, when you return, be sure to meet with the elders of the Sarutobi clan to decide who will go to war and who will remain." Sarutobi Hazuki shook her head firmly. "I can't make that decision. Asuma is the current head of the Sarutobi clan. I can only pledge my personal support to Lady Tsunade. I don't have the authority to speak on his or the clan's behalf." "That's a problem." Shizune frowned and bit her lip. Asuma and Kurenai are on a mission in the land of snow. We haven't heard from them in a while. Naruto smirked quietly. Asuma and Kurenai had already been captured by Haku and Orochimaru. There was no way they'd be returning anytime soon. Yi Yu looked troubled. After a pause, she said, "Please give me a little time, Lady Shizune. I'll send someone to contact Asuma. If he can't return before war breaks out, I'll meet with the elders on his behalf." Outside, the snow continued falling, heavier and heavier, piling up on rooftops and tree branches. Naruto glanced at the gray sky. Judging by the light, it was nearly afternoon. He gave a quick wave and left the Hokage's office. Since the two women were talking about serious clan matters, no one stopped him. Snow had begun to blanket the streets. The sunlight brought a little warmth, but the cold still dominated. The streets were nearly deserted, and foot traffic was sparse. As Naruto passed a few tea houses and restaurants, he heard murmurs of discussion. The younger men were fired up, eager for battle with the hidden Cloud Village. The older ones sat back, sighing and worrying. It was like watching two separate worlds, one naive and one jaded. Naruto chuckled to himself. That was just how people were. The young, who'd never seen war, yearned for it. The old, who'd lived through it, dreaded its return. Instead of wasting time talking, it's better to train. The stronger you are, the better your chances when war comes. The heavy snow had driven people away, and with Konoha's elite forces deployed by Tsunade, even the Chunin presence in the village had thinned out. The entire training ground was empty, just barren hills, dead trees, and falling snow. Perfect. No one around. No need to hold back. With most of Konoha's high-level ninja away and Hazuki no longer following him, it was the perfect opportunity to test something new. Naruto scanned the surroundings carefully, then slipped into the forest, masking his chakra and treading lightly so as to leave no trace. Once he reached a secluded area, he stopped. After rigging a few basic sound traps to alert him of intruders, Naruto shifted his consciousness into his spiritual realm. The weather in his inner world shifted with his emotions, and today, it was a clear, sunny day with a gentle breeze. There, in Class 3A, a large crystalline orb sat on a desk in the middle of the room. His reward, earned by defeating Kumogakure in his last selector decision. This reward allowed Naruto to summon a servant completely loyal to him. However, it couldn't be activated within his spiritual space. That's why he'd waited, until he had a safe, private place in the real world to use it. He placed his hand above the crystal, focused, and the next moment, the orb materialized in the snowy forest outside. Snowflakes landed gently on its surface. Do you wish to fuse snowflakes into the human puppet? Fusion will grant snow-based abilities. Naruto rejected the offer immediately. He had other plans. He now possessed a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. If the puppet could wield that power, or even awaken the Mangekyo, then its potential would surpass any elemental affinity. Without hesitation, Naruto pulled out the remaining pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan from his inventory and placed them atop the crystal. Use the Sharingan to fuse with the human puppet. Puppet will gain Sharingan-related abilities. The Sharingan dissolved into a red mist and wrapped around the orb, then slowly seeped into it. Cracks formed along the orb's surface. A crack. Then another. It looked like something was trying to break free. Would you like to select the puppet's gender? If not, it will be genderless. Would you like to select the puppet's age? Default is 18. Would you like to customize the puppet's appearance? If not, it will be randomly generated. This was too good to pass up. Naruto grinned. Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, delicate features, and long straight black hair. Best matching soul identified. Please wait. Wait, soul. Was this puppet not created from scratch, but possessed by a real soul? His suspicion was confirmed a moment later. A woman's agonized scream rang out from inside the orb, echoing for 3 full minutes before fading. Then, the orb shattered. Standing amid the fragments was a tall, breathtakingly beautiful woman with porcelain skin and flowing black hair. A small teardrop-shaped mole sat beneath her right eye. Her crimson three-tomo Sharingan darted about curiously. The moment her eyes locked on Naruto, they sparkled with shyness and affection. "Master, could you, please get me some clothes?" she said, squatting down to hide her nude body. She looked familiar. Was it just because she was beautiful? The girl turned away, cheeks red with embarrassment. "Master, I am your servant. Uchiha Izumi. Please, some clothes. No paid members are joining. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to drop this fanfic." Chapter 111. The winter sun pierced through the tangle of dead branches, casting rays that shimmered on the black-haired woman's body and reflected off her pale, pink feet. A pair of white pantyhose slid up her delicate toes, brushed past her ankles and calves, and gently stretched over her thighs, lifting ever so slightly where they met the hem of her blue-pleated skirt. It was peach-colored underneath. Dangerously tempting. Click. The high school girl uniform suited her perfectly, especially with her long, jet-black hair cascading down her back. Naruto had retrieved this outfit from his spiritual space, a place filled with all sorts of clothing, though admittedly, most were novelty costumes or cosplay sets. He'd searched for a long while before settling on one of the more conservative options. Now dressed in white pantyhose and high heels, Uchiha Izumi stood and took a few steps. The outfit was a little snug, the skirt a tad short, and the undergarments downright embarrassing. Thankfully, the pantyhose gave her a layer of modesty, and the shoes fit her feet perfectly. Despite the minor issues, the ensemble was comfortable enough overall. After walking around and stretching a bit, Izumi turned and locked eyes with Naruto. She lowered her head and gently clasped her hands over her stomach. "Master, could you stop staring at me like that?" "What?" Naruto blinked. What kind of accusation was that? He was clearly admiring her with artistic appreciation, and now she was accusing him of staring. Slander. Outrageous. I want to see my lawyer. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, Naruto asked the question that had been nagging at him since she appeared. "Why do you call me, Master? Can you explain?" He was genuinely curious about the transformation process that had birthed Uchiha Izumi from the crystal orb. Izumi blinked innocently and replied with natural grace, "Because you asked me to. Don't you remember?" A question mark practically floated over Naruto's head. He thought to himself, "Why the hell would I tell you to call me that? I hadn't even met you before." It must be that the orb had implanted memories into her, altering her perception of him. Assuming a thoughtful pose, Naruto's eyes lingered just a moment longer on Izumi's sleek white stocking thighs. "Izumi, tell me everything you remember about your life." His gaze made her blush. Her cheeks colored, and she looked up at the sky to divert her attention. Then she began, her tone soft. "I was born 18 years ago. I died 6 years ago. I specialized in taijutsu and the Uchiha clan's fire-style techniques. I had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. After being killed by that masked man, you found me, Master. You nurtured my soul and gave me this second life." So, in her memory, everything began after her death. That confirmed it. The bead had altered or replaced her memories after she died. Naruto now understood more about how the human puppet process worked. The orb likely contained a pre-constructed body. Then, through a series of selection filters, it located a soul to bind to it. The first filter was fusion, which determined the soul's general category, like Uchiha for the Sharingan, or Hyuga if using the Byakugan. Then it narrowed down based on gender, soul age, body type, and appearance. This whole process felt a lot like some overpowered gacha game. If I had selected male, and specified a more powerful figure, could I have summoned Uchiha Madara directly? As soon as the thought popped into his head, the system responded. Host, give it a rest. The jade bead can only capture souls weaker than the host. It cannot seize souls stronger than you. Figures. A little disappointing, but still useful. The puppet was completely loyal to him. And if deployed properly, she could become a devastating strategic tool. For example, Uchiha Itachi. If Izumi appeared before him again, what would he do? Naruto hadn't forgotten his grudge. Last time, Itachi's partner Hoshigaki Kisame had nearly beaten him into the ground. That score still needed to be settled. Tell me, Izumi, Naruto asked casually, what do you think of Uchiha Itachi, good or bad? Itachi. Izumi's expression softened, her eyes filled with concern. He was my best friend. I don't know what happened to him. That day, did he also encounter that masked man? Best friend, huh? So she still had no idea what Itachi had really done. Just as Naruto was about to press further. Naruto, where are you? A voice called out from the distance. Sasuke had finally arrived. Over here. Naruto shouted. Izumi's ears perked up at the familiar voice. She turned toward the sound, curious. Soon after, a tall boy with spiky black hair and a sulky expression emerged into the snowy clearing. Despite the chill, he wore short white pants, still prioritizing style over warmth. Seriously. You dragged me out here in the middle of a snowstorm. But as soon as he saw Izumi, he stopped cold. Am I interrupting something? Not at all. Naruto grinned and waved him over. You came at the perfect time. They had just been discussing Itachi, so who better to bring in than his younger brother, Sasuke? Time to see if Izumi could grow stronger by enduring a little emotional turbulence. Izumi's eyes lit up with recognition. Sasuke. Long time no see. There was a pause. Long time. Sasuke stared at her, brows furrowed. Where had he seen her before? He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Then he muttered in disbelief. Wait, you're Sister Izumi. She nodded gently, her gaze soft. I didn't expect you to grow up so tall. Sasuke stared between her and Naruto. Something didn't add up. Wasn't Izumi supposed to be dead? How did she suddenly appear here, and why did she seem so comfortable with Naruto? What the hell had Naruto done behind his back? Izumi noticed Sasuke's long stare and shifted awkwardly. Sasuke, is something wrong? Sister Izumi, aren't you dead? Well, technically yes, she said with a slight frown, but not anymore. She glanced at Naruto, unsure if she was allowed to say more. In her mind, Naruto had saved her soul after death. He might not want that secret shared. She wanted to ask about Itachi, if he was safe. If Sasuke was fine, then surely Itachi had survived too. But would asking about Itachi offend her new master? Naruto noticed the hesitation and smiled casually, leaning against a tree. You can say whatever you like. Don't worry about me. He turned his head, playing the indifferent observer. Go ahead, talk. The deeper the love, the sharper the knife when the truth cuts in. Relieved, Izumi beamed at him in gratitude. Then she turned back to Sasuke. Sasuke, where's your brother? He should be okay too, right? I really want to see him again. She imagined Itachi's shocked face when he saw her alive and now fully 18. He'd be absolutely stunned. Sasuke's face, however, turned grim. I don't have a brother. Only an enemy. What? Izumi blinked. Did you two fight? Sasuke glanced sideways at Naruto and asked, she doesn't know. Naruto shook his head. Sasuke let out a complicated sigh. So, you called me here just to explain to her that Itachi massacred the entire Uchiha clan. Not really, Naruto replied with a smirk. I originally asked you to come train. I didn't expect to run into Izumi. That part was half true. Naruto had called him here for ninjutsu, but this twist with Izumi was too perfect to pass up. No one could explain the truth better than Sasuke, the only survivor of the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke, what did you say? Itachi massacred the Uchiha. Izumi's voice trembled as the words sank in. She looked to Naruto for confirmation. He nodded solemnly. What Sasuke said is true. The masked man who killed you. He acted on Itachi's orders. Together, they wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, everyone except Sasuke. His voice was calm, but the meaning was devastating. Izumi was frozen. Note: in the anime, Uchiha Izumi was killed by Obito, not Itachi. She never met Itachi again before her death. This version follows that anime canon. The winter wind howled. Sasuke clenched his jaw, voice low and cold. That monster killed everyone. My parents included. I saw them, with my own eyes. Lying in their own blood. No. That's not possible. Izumi's voice cracked. Itachi was always kind, gentle, he would never. I saw it with my own eyes, Sasuke snapped. He's a madman. His grand ideal was slaughtering our clan, his own parents included. His eyes burned crimson with his awakened Sharingan. Tears welled in his eyes but didn't fall. Someday, I'll kill him. And I'll avenge our parents. He turned away. Izumi stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to speak. Her pupils dilated with shock. The truth shattered everything she remembered. Her chest tightened. Eyes trembling, she turned toward Naruto one more time, her only anchor. Naruto nodded quietly, voice steady. It's true. Chapter 112. Uchiha Izumi didn't want to believe it. Could all of this truly be real? But Sasuke was Itachi's beloved little brother. Why would he lie? Why would he slander his own brother without reason? And Naruto, her master, wouldn't lie to her. So, it was really Itachi who killed me. Why? Why would he do that? Izumi's face turned pale. Her breathing quickened, and emotional pain hit her like a crashing wave. Her head spun as her mind tried to process the truth. Why, Itachi? Why did you kill me? We were best friends, weren't we? I trusted you. I cared about you. Why would you hurt me? She had once believed that if two people grew up together, they would naturally fall in love, get married, and build a happy life together. Even in death, she had been worried about Itachi's safety. Yet now, she was being told that the one who had taken her life was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Izumi's knees buckled and she fell back, only to be caught just in time by Naruto, who reached out and stopped her from hitting the ground. Tears streamed down her face. In her scarlet Sharingan eyes, the three tomo began to spin rapidly. She closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, the tomo had transformed into a five-pointed star pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto muttered, eyes narrowing in shock. He hadn't expected this. He didn't even know if a human puppet was capable of awakening the Mangekyo. The Mangekyo Sharingan. This was no small feat. For most members of the Uchiha clan, it marked the threshold of reaching Kage-level strength. Mastery over this eye, especially combined with Susanoo, could elevate even the average shinobi to elite status. Naruto's heart pounded with excitement. He now had a servant with Kage-level potential. First Orochimaru, and now Izumi. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Uchiha Itachi, the supposed villain, was starting to feel like a lucky charm. If it weren't for him, Naruto wouldn't have so easily won Sasuke over, and Izumi likely wouldn't have awakened her Mangekyo at all. The Uchiha clan. They were powerful, emotional, and deeply bound to their feelings. Their eyes, their strength, it all stemmed from intense emotional experiences. Pain, love, hate. But the people who evoked those feelings in them, rarely did they escape unscathed. Even Sasuke noticed the change in Izumi's eyes and couldn't help feeling a little bitter. What the hell? That's cheating. Just like that, she awakened the Mangekyo. What about me? Why don't my eyes react at all? He was jealous. No, envious. His own Sharingan looked like a sour lemon in comparison. Itachi. Izumi whispered, looking up at the sky. Her crimson eyes blazed with a hatred so deep it seemed as if she could rip the heavens open with her stare. I will kill you, for betraying me like this. She straightened, taking a long breath as her purpose solidified. She now had more than just Naruto to serve, she had vengeance to seek. Naruto gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. No matter what happens, Izumi. I'll help you. His voice was steady and warm. And to Izumi, it was an anchor in her emotional storm. A soft gratitude washed over her expression. There was peace to be found, at least in him. If there was one thing to thank Itachi for, it was this. if he hadn't arranged for her to die, she never would have met Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-sama, Izumi said quietly. Just call me Naruto from now on, he replied, cutting her off before she could call him master again. Outside the village it's fine, but here, just Naruto. Izumi blinked, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes. She had never really liked calling anyone master. Single quote. But no matter what name she used, her loyalty remained unchanged. I understand. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said sincerely. If Naruto-kun's helping sister Izumi, then I will too. Sasuke chimed in, eager. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Naruto threw a sharp look at Sasuke. Bro, what are you even doing right now? Do you even understand what's going on? Sasuke blinked, clearly confused by Naruto's glare. Sister Izumi, where are you living now? The Uchiha compound is pretty empty with just me in it. You could come stay at my place. Naruto raised a brow. He swore Sasuke was just asking for a beatdown today. Thank you, Sasuke-kun, Izumi responded flatly. But that won't be necessary. I'll follow Naruto-kun's arrangements. She had seen Naruto's expression change. No way was she going to accept Sasuke's offer now. Sasuke turned to Naruto, silently pleading for help. He was dying to ask how Izumi had just awakened her Mangekyo out of nowhere. Naruto smiled slyly and said, Izumi, try out your Mangekyo. Show Sasuke what it can do. Great idea. Sasuke cheered inwardly. Naruto was the best, he totally got him. Izumi gave a respectful nod. She would never disobey Naruto. Then Naruto added, oh, and Sasuke, you'll be her sparring partner. That way I can see if you've made any progress lately. Sasuke rolled his eyes. He remembered all too well what a Mangekyo could do from watching Kakashi fight Itachi. Come on, I'm not dumb enough to let her beat me up. I'll pass, Sasuke was about to say. But then Naruto taunted, what's wrong, Sasuke? You scared? Sasuke. Oh, that's it. Now you're insulting me. Bring it on, Sister Izumi. Sasuke said, getting into position. Izumi stepped back, facing Sasuke with calm intensity. Don't hold back. Sasuke relaxed a bit. If she was warning him, then it probably wasn't going to be that bad. He dropped his guard a little. No need for Chidori, right? But Izumi wasn't holding back, not in the slightest. Naruto clearly wanted her to give Sasuke a taste of real power. Izumi's eyes gleamed with a cold light. A pale, ghostly arm began to materialize beside her. Susanoo in its early form. This is the first stage of Susanoo, she said. It can form a giant arm for offense or defense. As she spoke, the white arm lunged toward Sasuke. Too slow. Sasuke grinned, darting to the side. He slid in low, getting under the arm and straight in front of Izumi. She's wide open, he thought excitedly. Maybe she didn't have much combat experience. Time to win. He pulled out a kunai and lunged. But just as he reached her, Izumi whispered, Uga no mi. And she ran straight into his kunai. What are you doing? Sasuke yelled. If you don't want to fight, you don't have to hurt yourself. Naruto looked on in alarm. If Izumi died like this, he'd be devastated. But then he noticed the blood from her eyes. A genjutsu. Sure enough. Izumi wasn't hurt at all. She suddenly grabbed Sasuke by the neck and lifted him effortlessly off the ground. There wasn't even a scratch on her. Sasuke, just 13 and barely 5 feet tall, dangled helplessly in the air. Izumi, 5 feet 7 inches in all business, looked like an older sister disciplining her bratty sibling. The next moment, Sasuke was slammed against a tree. Izumi hit him 5 times in the stomach. Sasuke tried to scream but couldn't. His airway was being crushed. That pain, it felt just like when Itachi had beaten him. Panicked, he formed hand signs for a fireball jutsu, but Izumi didn't even flinch. The fire hit her head on and did nothing. She kept punching. Boom. 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 Only after thoroughly thrashing him did she finally drop him. Sasuke fell to the ground, gasping for air, coughing, then vomiting everything he'd eaten the day before. Naruto stood stunned. What kind of broken ability was that? Izumi smiled softly and turned back to Naruto, her Mangekyo fading back to black. "This is my Mangekyo ability," she said in a low voice. "It's called Uga no Mi. For a short time. I can't be hurt." Naruto sucked in a sharp breath. That was insane. But thank God she was on his side. "How long does it last?" he asked. "About 5 seconds, she whispered, making sure Sasuke couldn't hear. She wasn't dumb, only Naruto needed to know her secrets. 5 seconds, huh? Naruto muttered. Reminds me of that old legend, the Barbarian King. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. 5 seconds of invincibility. Quan, you're the real deal. A true queen of the battlefield. Chapter 113. Uchiha Izumi's eyes turned cold. She had tested the limits of her Mangekyo Sharingan. Once used, she couldn't activate it again for several hours. It took a full 6 hours before she could use it a second time. Even so, Naruto found her ability incredibly broken. If both eyes could sustain a battle for just 10 seconds, and if Izumi learned strong enough ninjutsu, combined with Susanoo, then a wild, desperate assault during those 10 seconds would be nearly unstoppable. How many people could survive it? That alone qualified her to be ranked among the cage-level elite. After sparring with her personally, Naruto could only sigh. The Uchiha clan really was a monstrous family. Without the Mangekyo, Izumi was only average, a regular Chunin-level kunoichi. If she fought Sasuke using only her 3 Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke could take on 100 of her alone. But once she awakened the Mangekyo, in a head-on clash, she could kill Sasuke within 5 seconds. Even if Sasuke somehow survived her invincibility duration from Uga no Mi, he still wouldn't be able to beat Susanoo. Their training session stretched into the evening. The winter sun sank into the western horizon, and snow began to fall more heavily. The treetops were blanketed in thick white layers. Sasuke was completely absorbed in training the fire release technique Naruto had given him. He couldn't stop. Nearby, Naruto was coaching Uchiha Izumi step by step. Tiger right pointing arrow rat right pointing arrow seal. Following the sequence, Sasuke formed the hand seals precisely. His chakra gathered into ash like gunpowder, which he expelled around him in a cloud. Then he released a spark of flame, igniting the field in an instant. The explosion was intense. Even Naruto and Uchiha Izumi had to pause and glance over. Not bad. Sasuke looked over eagerly, wanting to see their reaction. When he caught them watching, he lifted his head proudly. Then Naruto demonstrated the same technique. Except, his version covered 3 times the area. The ignition erupted with a boom that shook the entire training ground number 28. As the smoke cleared, Naruto gave Sasuke a playful wink. Izumi chuckled beside him. Sasuke. Just keep practicing. I can't show off like him. Grumbling, Sasuke opened the fire release encyclopedia again and looked up the next jutsu. Honestly, the book Naruto had given him was kind of a masterpiece. It didn't just contain an enormous variety of fire-based ninjutsu. It explained chakra control, usage scenarios, and optimal matchups with precise detail. Sasuke was amazed. At first, he had been annoyed that Naruto was only teaching Izumi directly, but now, thanks to the fire release ceremony and this manual, all was forgiven. In fact, he was grateful. Izumi hadn't even mastered a new move yet, and he had already learned AB rank ninjutsu in half a day. That guy Naruto's actually pretty good to me, Sasuke muttered to himself. He dove back into training with enthusiasm, determined to memorize every single page, to raise his chances of someday killing Uchiha Itachi. On the other side of the field, Naruto admired Sasuke's progress. Truthfully, Naruto had practiced ash pile burning longer than Sasuke had, and Sasuke had already caught up. Truly worthy of being called a top-tier ninja in the world. Very few matched Sasuke in talent or effort. His only shortcoming. His Mangekyo Sharingan still hadn't awakened. Just look at the others. Izumi opened hers after learning Itachi killed her. Itachi awakened his after witnessing Shisui's death. Obito awakened his after watching Rin die. And then there was Sasuke. He didn't awaken it on the night of the Uchiha massacre. Didn't awaken it after getting beaten half to death multiple times. Didn't awaken it despite facing endless rumors, isolation, and even fighting Itachi again. By all logic, he had experienced more trauma than any of them. But still, no Mangekyo. Naruto chuckled. Maybe he's actually more optimistic than the Sasuke from the original timeline. What a great attitude, Naruto thought, watching Sasuke smile with pride after nailing another jutsu. Not far away, Izumi, wearing her white stockings and school uniform, was still practicing Great Fire Annihilation Arrow. She was diligent, but her progress was slower than Sasuke's. Her talent wasn't on the same level. While she ran through her chakra cycles, Izumi kept stealing glances at Naruto, worried about what he thought of her. She clearly cared deeply about his evaluation. Naruto smiled reassuringly. Sasuke is a genius. You can't compare everyone to him. Izumi's awakening of the Mangekyo had already exceeded all expectations. At first, Naruto just wanted a puppet that could control a giant humanoid Susanoo, like a personal Gundam. He hadn't expected to get someone this beautiful and this powerful, and on the first day too. What more could he ask for? About an hour later, the sky darkened. Training ground number 28 was dotted with black scorch marks where snow had been burned away. Naruto called for a break. Alright, that's enough for today. Sasuke shook his head. You two go ahead. I'll stay and practice a bit longer. He was working on a new jutsu, Fire Bomb, and was finally making some progress. He didn't want to stop. Oh, want me to stay and practice with you? Naruto narrowed his eyes and grinned, his hand casually reaching toward his waistband. Sasuke almost agreed, until he turned and saw that look on Naruto's face. Every time Naruto smiled like that, something terrible was about to happen. I'll give him a break today, for the sake of that fire release manual. Soon, Naruto and Izumi followed Sasuke to his house. Sasuke's residence wasn't overly luxurious. Though technically from a clan of patriarchs, the Uchiha were a few rungs below the third Hokage's family in prestige. Still, compared to Naruto's tiny apartment, this was a palace. Inside the sitting room, Sasuke politely poured hot tea for both Naruto and Izumi. So, what's the matter? Why come all the way out to my place to talk? He was the only Uchiha still living in the clan compound, now essentially a ghost town on the edge of Konoha. It really was remote. Naruto didn't answer right away. Instead, he lifted a teacup to Izumi's lips. Sasuke frowned. I poured that for Sister Izumi, he said, pointing at her untouched cup. You don't need to share yours with her. Naruto just smirked. Izumi tucked her hair behind her ear, leaned forward, and gently blew on the hot tea in Naruto's cup. Naruto, pleased, took the tea back and drank. Then he glanced at Sasuke mockingly. How's that, single guy? That's tea blown by your sister-in-law. Sasuke's forehead twitched. Sister Izumi, you don't need to coddle Naruto like this. He's completely shameless. Izumi smiled. It's fine. Sasuke didn't know why Izumi was so familiar with Naruto, but he hadn't forgotten that she used to be the one most likely to become part of his own family. Seeing her so intimate with Naruto made him uncomfortable. Naruto's a total flirt, Sasuke muttered. He even told me himself that he wants to seduce all the beautiful women in the ninja world. Naruto nodded casually. Yeah, I said that. What about it? Sasuke clapped his hands. See, Sister Izumi. I wasn't lying. But Izumi just shrugged. Well, Sasuke-kun didn't lie. But I don't mind. Sasuke. Naruto burst out laughing at Sasuke's speechless reaction. Trying to sow discord with Izumi. Even if Sasuke exposed every scandal under the sun, Izumi would never betray Naruto. Naruto composed himself and sat cross-legged, his tone serious. All right. Now, I want to talk to you about something important. He focused his chakra, summoning the character, Yi, one, on his arm and pressing it. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Every time he had contacted Naruto before, his symbol had been, 2. Naruto really was the top of the hierarchy. Sasuke scowled. One day, I'll be strong enough to take that position from him. At that moment, a voice emerged from the character. Sir, do you have any instructions today? It was Haku. Is Orochimaru with you? Naruto asked. No, but I can find him. No need, Naruto interrupted. I'll contact him directly. Stay connected. Then the character, San, 3, appeared on Naruto's other hand. A raspy voice answered. Sir, what are your orders? I do have something to say. Since everyone's listening, I'll announce it now. Naruto cleared his throat to show he was serious. He didn't notice the way Sasuke was staring at him. The symbols, 1 and 3, appeared on Naruto's arms. And Naruto had just called the 3 symbol Orochimaru. Sasuke's mind raced. Orochimaru. The one who cursed him. Everything suddenly clicked. Naruto wasn't just stronger than him, he was in charge. Sasuke had nearly agreed to follow those sound 4 ninjas. Orochimaru's pawns. Which meant he had almost become a subordinate to Naruto's subordinate. Sasuke was stunned. His mind went blank. This whole time, what was I even competing with Naruto for? He's not even trying to compete with me. Meanwhile, Naruto raised his voice so everyone could hear clearly. From today onward, I'm going to form an organization. Chapter 114. Naruto had been considering forming an organization for some time now, ever since he was assigned to take control of the Land of Waves. From the very beginning, he had stated his goal clearly, freedom. But what kind of people are truly qualified to be free in this world? There was no doubt. Make your choice and show it to me, Naruto muttered. Suddenly, a large block of text appeared before his eyes. You are about to create an organization. Please choose the purpose of your organization and pass it on to your members. Your options are: Option 1. Benevolence Path Organization. Take it upon yourself to protect the common people of the world. Promote compassion and justice. Maintain world peace. Eliminate hatred and suffering. Completion condition. Organization must have over 100 members. Must complete more than 1 million good deeds. Reward. Artifact. Red Cross grants health and longevity to all members. Naruto. Wow. Still trying to turn me into a goody two-shoes. Do I look like some kind of messiah? World peace. Protecting all people. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, not Naruto Peacewalker. Next. Option 2. Romance Path Organization. Recruit beautiful women from around the world. Don't let a single one escape. Completion condition. Organization must have 100 plus members. Must engage in deep communication with all of them. Reward. Talent. Great love immortal attracts irresistible attention from both beautiful women and handsome men. Okay, hold on. If the reward didn't include handsome men, Naruto might have actually picked this one. But why should he have to attract guys too? He wasn't into that. This talent is really unfriendly to straight men. Hard pass. Next. Option 3. Sovereign Path Organization. Conquer all things, visible and invisible, and use them for your benefit. Completion condition. Gain total control over at least one country. Reward. Power of faith, stronger than Sage Mode, grows with the number of followers and territories. Now this one was promising. The Sovereign Path sounded just right. Its conditions aligned with Naruto's long-term goals. The power of faith is even higher than Sage Mode. Sounds like incense and divine worship from old myths, Naruto mused. I wonder if Hidan's evil god is powered by something similar. He made a mental note to ask Orochimaru to study that connection further, especially regarding Hidan's unique abilities. Next option. And just like that, Naruto burst out laughing. Option 4 was the same old business, destroy everything. Option 4. Demonic Path Organization. This world is evil, it must be destroyed. Completion condition. Kill all living beings. Then destroy the organization. Be the last one standing. Reward. Eternal life. Note. This is a single route choice. Once selected, you are locked in. If no choice is made within 3 minutes, the system will default to rejection. Eternal life was the best reward, no doubt. But Naruto wasn't going to pick it. He didn't like loneliness. Living forever while everyone else died was no better than being dead himself. He didn't want to hurt those who had treated him kindly. Tsunade, Yugao, unless they turned on him first, Naruto could never bring himself to kill them. He didn't even wait for the 3-minute countdown. He had made his choice. Option 3. Sovereign Path. Closing his eyes, Naruto murmured, "The reason for creating this organization is simple. For me, for us, so that we can conquer everything, seen or unseen. I'm not great at grand speeches, so I'll spare you the dramatics. Your new task is this: recruit people to work under us. If things go smoothly, you'll be the founding elders of this group. If not, well, you know the consequences. I'm bad at naming things too, so let's just use my surname. Uzumaki." A soft voice echoed through the character sigil, Uzumaki. It was Haku. "I swear to complete all tasks given by Lord Naruto." Haku, who had been wandering with Zabuza since childhood, didn't fully grasp the concept of building an organization. She only knew that Naruto had given her orders, so she would carry them out. Then came Orochimaru's voice, calm and calculating. "If I'm not mistaken, sir, this organization is the first step toward your grand ambition." Among the 5 people in communication, Orochimaru had the sharpest mind. From the moment he met Naruto, he knew the boy carried an enormous ambition. And now, with Naruto digging into the evil god, the mass production of Sharingan and Byakugan, and exploring forbidden bloodlines, Orochimaru knew something monumental was coming. As Naruto's words filtered through the chakra link, Orochimaru stared into the flickering candlelight on his lab table beneath the deck of a great ship. His yellow eyes shimmered with something cold, something hungry. Things once thought unattainable. If I follow him, I might just get them. A chill seemed to drift through the room as he narrowed his eyes. Conquering the world under the Uzumaki name. Interesting. In a nearby tank, Hidan was soaking, his whole body twitching. He didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking, but lately, he'd been tortured nearly to death. Once a loudmouth, Hidan now barely dared to speak when Orochimaru was around. Even Orochimaru's hoarse voice made his spine shiver. "If you need more people, I still have some men in the land of demons," Orochimaru said. "I'll have them report to you. Maybe they'll impress you." At this point, Orochimaru didn't even need the cursed seal to stay loyal. He genuinely wanted to see where Naruto's path would lead. Conquer all things visible and invisible. Did that mean the 5 great shinobi nations? Or the entire continent? Tick, tick. The clock on the wall moved steadily forward. Haku was quiet, her mind unsure how to grasp it all. Uchiha Izumi simply watched Naruto with calm focus. Sasuke sat silently, head bowed. It seemed only Orochimaru was capable of truly understanding Naruto's intentions. Naruto smiled faintly, saying nothing. This wasn't a discussion. It was an announcement. "Where are you now?" he asked. "On the ocean between the land of snow and the land of earth," Haku replied. "Akatsuki's been hunting us. We don't dare come ashore for now." Naruto frowned slightly. Why is Akatsuki so persistent? He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Forget it. Let them do whatever they want. Once I finish handling matters in Konoha and the Land of Lightning, I'll come take care of that myself." Revenge on Hoshigaki Kisame was nearing as well. The current conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure was escalating. Naruto sensed that this would unlock many new system options and rewards. He was looking forward to them. That was the only reason he let Kisame live for now. Lucky bastard. All right. The announcement is done. You can all go back to your tasks. He ended the communication with Haku and Orochimaru. It was surprisingly exhausting. When he only spoke to Haku, it had been fine, but maintaining multiple links at once was a mental drain. Yawning, Naruto grabbed Izumi's soft wrist and pulled her up. Sasuke, we're heading out. Get some rest. Izumi, who was taller than Naruto, obediently followed and waved to Sasuke. Bye, Sasuke. A gust of wind blew snow onto the windowsill. As they opened the door, cold air rushed in. Just as the two were about to leave, Sasuke, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. Wait. He stepped toward the door, facing Naruto head-on. The wind ruffled his hair, but it couldn't erase the fierce determination in his eyes. He once believed he and Naruto were on the same level, the only difference being 1 and 2. But now, Naruto had openly declared his intent to form an organization. And clearly, he was the leader. Sasuke was nothing more than a grunt. Naruto. Sasuke growled, fists clenched. Who is number 1? You'll see soon enough, Naruto replied casually, not taking it seriously. Sasuke froze for a moment. Then a burning, irrepressible urge surged through him. Was Naruto saying he wasn't even qualified to know who number 1 was? Taking a deep breath, Sasuke spoke with deadly seriousness. Naruto, fight me. If I beat you, give me number 1. Ellipsis. Huh. He wants number 1. Wait, could it be he's talking about Haku? Did this brat fall in love with Haku's voice? Naruto's expression darkened. Now he really wanted to beat Sasuke into the floor. This little punk had the nerve to go after his girl. Passive selection triggered. Uchiha Sasuke is challenging you for the number 1 position. What will you do? Option 1. Stay friendly. Lightly punish him using the Devil's Curse. Reward. 10,000 Ryo. Option 2. Be rational. Beat the hell out of him. Let him understand what true power is. Reward. 2% Nine Tails control. Option 3. Be reckless. Shut him up with a kiss. Reward. Talent. Long Yang. Attracts handsome men uncontrollably. Option 4. Be ruthless. No talking. Just kill him. Reward. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 115. Abandoned Uchiha Clan Training Grounds. The snow fell steadily as cold winds swept through the desolate space. Uchiha Izumi stood under a black umbrella, her gaze fixed on the 2 figures standing in the snow-filled field. Naruto-kun, she murmured, tilting her head slightly. She had just tried to stop the fight, but both of them refused to listen. They were determined to settle things with their fists. Why did Sasuke suddenly challenge him out of nowhere? She sighed. It doesn't make sense. He couldn't even beat me. Naruto and Sasuke faced each other silently. The air between them crackled with tension. Sasuke's eyes blazed with determination, not because he thought he could win, but because he had something to prove. Even if he couldn't defeat Naruto, he wanted to show he wasn't weak. Naruto, I know you're strong. But I'm not weak either. So don't take me lightly. Naruto gave him a faint smile. He was amused more than anything. Was Sasuke unaware of the rumors, how Naruto had killed 3 Jonin recently? He's still too impulsive, Naruto thought. Time to remind him of the pecking order. Sasuke scowled at Naruto's relaxed expression. He bit his lip and clicked his tongue. Suddenly, he began weaving hand signs. His right hand dropped, palm down, and chakra surged violently around him. Lightning burst forth, surrounding his body in a blinding display of raw energy. Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened. What kind of jutsu is this? Is that Chidori? No, it's way more powerful. Even Naruto looked surprised. This wasn't the Chidori he knew. Sasuke stepped forward, his massive lightning sphere crackling with energy. Thanks for the demonic seal, Naruto, he shouted. It gave me the chakra I needed to evolve this. I based it on your big ball Rasengan. I call it 10,000 birds. The piercing screech of birds filled the air as Sasuke lunged forward, jutsu aimed straight at Naruto. Whoa! Naruto responded instantly, forming his own Rasengan. The 2 orbs collided with a thunderous shockwave, sending snow and chakra flying in every direction. Izumi raised her arm to block the flurry of snow. She couldn't see what was happening and activated her Sharingan to keep track. Suddenly, she saw multiple shadowy figures appear in the center of the chaos. On Sasuke's side, he spat out a cloud of gunpowder-like ash as he retreated, then ignited it in a fiery explosion. Naruto barely escaped in time. This kid, Naruto thought, impressed. He developed his own jutsu and already mastered the ash technique. He's definitely improving. Sasuke smirked. It's not over yet. 4 hands emerged from the earth, grabbing Naruto's ankles and dragging him into the ground. Sasuke's grin widened. Got him. He couldn't believe it had actually worked. You're way off your game today, Naruto. Feeling the hands grasping his legs, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Since when did you learn Shadow Clone? Don't act like it's some secret technique, Sasuke shouted back. You're not the only one who can use it. He charged again, Chidori blazing in his hand. Azumi's face darkened. Her Mangekyo Sharingan spun dangerously. If Sasuke hurt Naruto, she was ready to strike him down on the spot. She stepped forward, but then noticed something. Wait, chakra under Sasuke. And weren't there 4 shadows around him earlier? Her eyes widened. He's been lured into a trap. Just as Sasuke reached Naruto, 4 hands shot up from the ground and yanked him down. The Chidori exploded into the soil, kicking up debris and injuring him in the process. Sasuke blinked in disbelief. The Naruto he caught turned into smoke. A shadow clone. But the Naruto who trapped him. That was the real one. From a nearby tree, Naruto grinned. Having fun with my shadow clones, Sasuke. That grin. That voice. It hit Sasuke like a slap. You were playing with me the whole time. He had charged forward with all his might, believing he had finally caught a break. But the entire time, Naruto had him dancing on strings. The crushing reality hit him hard. He thought of all he had lost. His family, his honor, even his dignity. His clan had been wiped out. His parents were gone. Rumors about Asuma taunted him constantly. Even Itachi, the one he hated most, had returned just to humiliate him. And Naruto. He kept rising higher and higher. I got power from Naruto, but instead of catching up, I'm falling further behind. Before, I was beaten by Naruto himself. Now I can't even beat a clone. Tears welled up in his eyes. His breath hitched as humiliation consumed him. Why? Why is my life such a failure? Naruto landed in front of him. You'll never be number 1, he said coldly. You're too weak. He lightly pressed his foot against Sasuke's head. A ding sounded in Naruto's mind. Ding, congratulations. Option 2 completed. 2% Nine-Tails control unlocked. Sasuke felt as if 10,000 tons crushed his skull. Even your brother's better than you. My foolish little brother, hate me more. You sold yourself to Asuma for power. How shameless. Each word was a dagger. The voices of Naruto and Itachi echoed in Sasuke's mind, twisting like venom. His entire being screamed in pain. Suddenly, his eyes burned. Through the pain, his vision warped, and the 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly, reshaping into a hexagram. I'll surpass you, Itachi, he whispered through gritted teeth. You'll die by my hands. He looked up at Naruto. I'm not weak. I will defeat you. A purple skeletal arm burst forth from the snow, narrowly missing Naruto as he dodged backward. Sasuke rose from the snow-covered crater like a man reborn, his new Mangekyo Sharingan glowing with power. I'm not weak, he repeated, standing tall. Naruto blinked in mild surprise. You're not bad, he said genuinely. You really are a genius. I always knew it. Quote ellipsis. Huh. Sasuke froze. Wasn't Naruto supposed to taunt him again? Challenge him? Mock him? What was this sudden praise? Congratulations, Naruto said. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has awakened. The mission was complete. No need to beat Sasuke further. After all, this was his future right-hand man. No point in mentally breaking him. From the sidelines, Uchiha Izumi watched and smiled. She understood now. Sasuke is amazing, she said. To awaken the Mangekyo at 13. Then she turned to Naruto. But Naruto-kun is even more amazing. You actually came up with a plan to help Sasuke awaken it. Wait, what? Naruto blinked. That wasn't his plan, was it? He looked at Sasuke, who had just been confused, then suddenly looked enlightened. Now they both believed it was some grand strategy. Naruto coughed awkwardly. Yes, that was my intention all along. Sasuke, do you understand my painstaking efforts? I do. Sasuke bowed deeply, eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Naruto. Inside, he cursed himself. You shared your demon seal with me, the fire release ceremony too. And I, like a fool, doubted you. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am truly a bastard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 116. Late at night. After Uchiha Sasuke enthusiastically clashed his purple Susanoo against Uchiha Izumi's white Susanoo for a while, Naruto Uzumaki suggested they call it a night. Wait a sec, Naruto. You probably haven't eaten all day, why don't you come to my place and have a midnight snack before you go? Sasuke offered. Don't bother, it's already late, Naruto shook his head. Sasuke wanted to insist again. After being alone for so many years, having Naruto and Izumi beside him tonight made it feel like he had family again. He didn't want this warmth to end so soon. But Naruto clearly wasn't in the mood. Izumi chuckled and said gently, "See you another day, Sasuke." Sasuke could only wave goodbye and sigh. You two better make good use of your time to train. Don't let me surpass you so easily. Naruto smiled, saying nothing. Sasuke, your talent really is impressive, but if you want to surpass me, you'll need more than that. You'll need a plugin to possess you. And not just any plugin, either. As the three stepped out of the abandoned Uchiha training ground together, they were shocked to find the snow already knee-deep. None of them could recall Konoha ever getting snow like this. Sasuke invited them again, asking Naruto and Izumi to stay at his house for the night. But Naruto firmly took Izumi's hand and left. He turned and walked away without looking back, like he'd made some kind of resolution. At the crossroads, Sasuke stood and silently watched Naruto holding Izumi's hand as they disappeared into the distance. Izumi was tall, elegant, and beautiful. If the Uchiha massacre had never happened, she probably would have been Sasuke's sister-in-law by now. Slight age gap aside, Sister Izumi and Naruto make a good pair, Sasuke thought. Way better than that lunatic Uchiha Itachi. In Sasuke's eyes, Itachi was nothing less than a psychopath. Killing their parents, friends, and relatives for some idealistic cause, what a joke. All under the excuse that it was, for Sasuke's own good. But never once did he ask Sasuke what he wanted. If Sasuke had the chance to relive that night, he thought bitterly, he would have rather died alongside his parents. Snow fell like goose feathers. White, soft, and endless. As Naruto and Izumi approached a modest house, she suddenly stopped and opened her palms, catching snowflakes in her hands. Naruto-kun, can I have a bit of privacy tonight? She asked. The faint light of the stars and moon glimmered through the falling snow and danced across her gentle face, making her seem even more serene, yet lonely. She glanced at the small home on the left side of the road. It wasn't much, probably the same size as Naruto's humble apartment. Her home. The place she had lived before she died. Naruto looked at her expression, then nodded without question. Tomorrow morning, meet me at apartment building number 404. Section 8, South Street, he said quietly. The soundproofing sucks, so if you call me, I'll hear you. Everyone deserves their own space sometimes. And even though Izumi was usually obedient and quiet, Naruto would never force her to follow him everywhere. Nor would he intrude on her personal business. With a small wave, he turned and walked away, slowly vanishing into the snowy street. Izumi bowed in his direction and whispered into the night. "Thank you, my master." Then she turned and stared at her old front door. She stood there for a long time, long enough for the snow to turn her hair white, before she finally summoned the courage to open it. A damp, musty smell hit her instantly. She pushed through it and smiled as she stepped inside the place that was once the most familiar to her. "Mom, I'm home. It's snowing so hard today. Did you see it?" Silence. No one responded. Her mother had died in the massacre, too. The walls still held traces of blood. When Naruto returned to the street below his apartment, the snow was falling even heavier than before, like it was trying to bury all of Konoha in white. The power lines must have frozen or failed. There were no street lamps lit. The entire road was pitch black, cold and eerie. But Naruto didn't feel afraid. He wasn't someone who feared ghosts, or the dead. If he didn't fear the living, why should he fear the dead? And besides, if people became stronger after dying and turning into ghosts, then surely he would, too. He yawned, still daydreaming as he walked toward home. What a waste, he thought. I was hoping to spend the day cuddling with my human puppet, but I ended up alone again. So boring. Just as he reached his front door, he noticed something, quiet breathing, coming from the shadows. There was a figure crouched in the corner. A homeless person. Naruto tilted his head, then opened his right palm and ignited a small flame. It was a simple lighting jutsu from the fire release ceremony. Useless in combat unless infused with large amounts of chakra, but perfect for illuminating a dark street. By the soft orange glow, he finally saw who it was. A girl with long, golden blonde hair sat asleep in the corner, her breathing steady. Her small face was pale with a gentle blush, her long black skirt revealing a portion of her smooth calves. Her 10 toes peeked out, soft and round. "Ino. What are you doing here, in front of my house?" Naruto squatted beside her, staring at the familiar girl. Her features were still childlike, maybe she could still be considered a loli. He poked the tip of her nose. Warm breath exhaled gently. Then he touched her forehead. It was hot. Far too hot. What's with the fever? He glanced down at her thin clothing and sighed. Girls these days will risk anything for beauty. She really came out in the snow dressed like this. And fell asleep in it too. When awake, a ninja could circulate chakra to resist cold. But unconscious or asleep, their chakra wouldn't flow naturally, making it easy to freeze to death. If Naruto had gone home with Izumi and only found Ino the next day, he might have found her corpse instead. As her eyelashes trembled, Naruto sighed and looked around. The street was still pitch black. Passive selection triggered. It's late at night. Most of Konoha's authority is asleep. A girl has appeared at your door. No one will notice what happens. What will you do? Option 1, friendly. Send her back to the Yamanaka home. Reward: 250 ryo. Option 2, rational. Take her inside and help her warm up. Reward: Ino's corruption value plus 70%. Option 3, reckless. One night, and she's yours. Reward: 100,000 ryo. Option 4, ruthless. Kill her and bury her in the snow. Reward: heart-turning technique. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Usually, killing someone triggered a high reward. But this time, it was unusually low. And option 2, just helping her warm up, had a ridiculously high reward. Bai had only reached 40% after all this time. Yugao had been around for days and was just at 55%. Yet Ino starts at 70%. What's the system even basing this on? After some thought, Naruto decided to go with the safe route. Option 1. Send her back home. The reward was small, yes, but this event felt off. Naruto gently called Ino's name, poked her soft cheek several times, but she didn't wake. She only let out a few groggy moans. She was seriously out cold. Naruto sighed. If I don't help her now, I'll have to bury her tomorrow. He extinguished the flame in his palm, bent down, and hooked his arms under her shoulders and knees. Her skin was smooth, no rough patches or hair. He lifted her up in a bridal carry. She was light, probably less than 100 pounds. As the saying goes, if you weigh under 100 pounds, you're either short, rich, or flat. Ino wasn't short. She was even taller than Sasuke. Still, compared to mature beauties like Yugao or Kurenai, not to mention Lady Yuru or Tsunade, Ino wasn't quite there yet. But she was still young. There was time. Naruto jumped toward the Yamanaka district with her in his arms. But just as he took the first step, her body started to tremble violently. She was freezing, yet her face was burning hot. Steam came from her lips, and sweat began to drip from her forehead. 1 minute later, Ino lay on Naruto's cot. He was worried she wouldn't survive the trip, so he used a trace of Nine Tails chakra to warm her up. After returning home with her, he kept everything ready in case something went wrong. The symbol, appeared on his arm. If anything dangerous happened, he could instantly call Sasuke and have him bring Izumi. But after waiting 5 minutes, nothing happened. Ino's condition steadily improved. Under the warmth of the Nine Tails chakra, her fever receded. Now she lay peacefully, like a princess in a fairy tale. Her features softened, her limbs relaxed, and the redness faded from her cheeks. She looked serene. Beautiful. Naruto scratched his head, then took off her shoes and gently moved her legs under the blanket. He pulled the covers over her and tucked her in. His apartment only had one bed. Chapter 117. What a strange sound. My body feels hot. Ino let out a soft groan in her sleep. When she slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the dim lighting and the shabby ceiling above her. Naruto, who had been outside patting ginger roots clean, rushed inside when he heard the scream. He pulled out a kunai and instantly activated his tailed beast cloak for protection, only to find Ino sitting on the bed, flushed red, and wrapped tightly in a blanket. Her face was pale, lips dry and cracked. But when her terrified eyes met Naruto's, they softened, relief and gratitude surfacing in them. Her expression seemed to say, "Thank goodness it's you." Naruto scanned the room cautiously, searching for signs of danger. Finding nothing, he frowned. Instead of an answer, he got an outraged shriek. Naruto rolled his eyes and let out a sharp sigh. "You were passed out at my door with your skirt soaked through from the snow. What did you want me to do, leave you there to freeze to death?" She looked down and quickly examined herself. Her skirt was indeed missing, but her underwear was untouched. She glanced toward the bedside, and sure enough, her wet skirt was laid out to dry. She reached out and felt it. It was still damp. So, Naruto hadn't touched her at all. "You bastard. You carried me into bed and didn't try anything. What, am I not attractive enough?" Naruto caught her glare and scowled. His patience wore thin. "You know the saying, a dog bites Ludongbin. That's you. No gratitude at all." Ino, still fuming, noticed Naruto's gaze and suddenly turned beet red. Tears welled up in her eyes. She dove back under the blanket and started mumbling like an angry hamster. He shut the door behind him and walked off. Inside, Ino stopped shouting. She cautiously peeked out from the blanket like a caterpillar. When she confirmed Naruto was gone, she exhaled and flopped onto his pillow, gently sniffing it. There was a faint scent of gardenia, probably his laundry detergent. HMPH. For a pervert, he has good taste. From outside, the sound of boiling water drifted in. Ino rolled over and stared at the ceiling. She muttered to herself, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, only for the cracked skin to sting, making her flinch. Earlier that day, Ino had accompanied her mom for a few family visits. They stopped by the Inuzuka household to give Mrs. Inuzuka some flowers and chat over tea. Just as they were getting ready for lunch, Inuzuka Hana returned home, fresh off a mission with Naruto. So she waited, and waited. Until sleep claimed her. If Naruto hadn't found her when he did, who knows what would have happened. Ino, come drink your soup. She remembered how worried he looked when he rushed in earlier. Naruto looked at her, his face unreadable. A cute girl, barely dressed, standing in his t-shirt. Very entertaining to look at. But Naruto just sighed and muttered, I thought you were gonna hole up in there forever. There was only one bed, so the sick girl got it. He'd sleep on the sofa tonight. She quietly sat down on a small stool and began drinking the soup. Use your chakra to circulate your energy and speed up your recovery, Naruto said suddenly, not looking at her. Stupid Naruto. He always cares about me in secret. Pretends to be so tough, but he's a softie. Naruto received the reward, but strangely, no crisis occurred. 70%, and nothing happened. He frowned and stared at the ceiling. If that were true, then he couldn't rely on a fixed strategy moving forward. That would be troublesome. He scratched his head, wondering if he should just ask the selector. The host guessed correctly. The value of the reward depends entirely on the difficulty of the choice. Naruto asked in his mind, then why wasn't there any danger this time? Chapter 118. In a fit of frustration, Ino grabbed a nearby cushion and hurled it at Naruto. It landed squarely on his face, right between the eyes. Headshot. At this point, Naruto was starting to wonder if the so-called pervert meter, or corruption value selector, he relied on was a complete scam. According to it, Ino's corruption value was supposedly at 70%. 40%. Sure, that made sense when Bai was literally begging him to punish her. 50. That matched how Lady Hazuki had let him cross the line with her a few times. But 70. And Ino was throwing cushions at him for glancing at her thigh. Was this really how someone at 70% was supposed to act? Naruto stood up, frowning seriously. Bring it on. All bets were off. Chapter 119. If Kumogakure commits fully, the battle will come down to a coin flip. Even with our slight advantage in numbers, the outcome is uncertain. They chatted for a few more minutes, then ended the call. Ino was still curled up like a kitten, lips twitching slightly as if she were dreaming about food. Chapter 120. Hearing Ino smack her lips and softly whisper his name, Naruto's eyelids twitched. He wondered if this little girl was dreaming about biting him. Looking down, he noticed that the blanket only covered Ino's upper body, while the rest of the long quilt had fallen to the floor. A pair of slender, long legs stretched out into the air, toes occasionally twitching, small, plump, and kind of cute. Girls at this age tend to kick off their blankets while they're growing fast. Such a hassle, he muttered. With a helpless rub of his temples, Naruto gently pulled the quilt up to cover her again, making sure not to wake her. It felt like he was already raising a daughter at home. After quietly leaving the house, Naruto's mind was still on what the system had hinted at yesterday. The selector had revealed that Ino had liked him from the very beginning. Naruto couldn't quite make sense of it. To be honest, he knew they hadn't seen each other much over the past few months, and when they did, their encounters were far from friendly, some were downright hostile. So when Naruto first realized Ino had a crush on him, he thought maybe she was just into good looks and had been charmed by his handsome face. But that was about it. He truly couldn't understand why she'd fall for him. Hinata had liked him since childhood, and Sakura's feelings grew over time. But Ino, she didn't fit into that pattern. Could she be a masochist who enjoys being treated badly? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Maybe I'll ask Shikamaru about Ino's recent changes someday, he thought. They spend enough time together, he should understand her mindset. Still deep in thought, Naruto made his way toward the Uchiha district, stopping where he and Uchiha Izumi had parted ways the day before. Perhaps out of confidence, or arrogance, many Uchiha homes had doors that weren't even locked. The same went for Uchiha Izumi's house. Naruto gently pushed the door, and it opened without resistance. Inside, the house was clean and tidy. Though old and carrying a faint musty smell, not a speck of dust could be seen. It had clearly been cleaned recently. The house was small, The entire living room held just a table, a few chairs, and an old TV. He wasn't sure if it even worked. That was about all that could fit on the narrow first floor. The wooden stairs creaked as he walked up to the second floor. As soon as he reached the top, he was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Izumi's Scarlet Sharingan. The moment she saw Naruto, her entire body relaxed. "Naruto-kun. Why are you here? Weren't we supposed to meet after I came to find you?" Her eyes were ringed with dark circles. Judging by how clean the house was, she probably hadn't slept, or barely had. Right. Her memories still lingered on the day she died. In her mind, her mother was still alive. It would feel like waking from a nap only to discover your mother had died, killed by the boy you liked most. How could she possibly sleep peacefully? "I came to check on you after getting some rest. No need to worry about who finds who first." "It doesn't matter," Naruto said casually, leaning against the wall on the second floor. His eyes drifted to Izumi's clothes. The schoolgirl outfit and white stockings she'd worn yesterday were gone. What a shame. Izumi smiled gently, tugging at the hem of her shirt shyly. "I thought those clothes were a little too revealing. So I found one of my mom's old outfits in the closet, washed it, and dried it over the fire. It fit pretty well." "Yeah, dressing conservatively isn't a bad idea," Naruto nodded, silently adding, "as long as you wear the revealing stuff when you're alone with me, that works too." Izumi lifted the right side of her hair, revealing the teardrop-shaped mole near her eye. Her dark circles were more prominent now, giving her the look of a cute little raccoon. She pointed to a stove in the corner. "Sit by the fire. Without chakra, it gets really cold in winter." Naruto had nothing else to do, so he joined her by the stove. The blanket draped over it had just been washed and smelled faintly of laundry detergent. No wonder Izumi had panda eyes. Once she leaned against the warm stove, she slumped slightly and murmured, "Naruto-kun, want to try resting your face on the stove? It makes you feel sleepy really fast." Naruto shook his head. "Nah, I slept plenty yesterday." "Okay, then I'll take a little nap." No sooner had she spoken than Izumi closed her eyes and began to breathe softly. It wasn't clear if she'd already fallen asleep or was just drifting into it. Naruto looked around out of boredom. On the windowsill behind him, a photo caught his eye. Curious, he walked over for a closer look. It was a framed picture of a family of 3. The photo inside was well preserved. Though the frame had some water stains, it had clearly been wiped clean. The little girl in the picture looked adorable, and both parents had pleasant, regular features. Judging by the hair colors, Izumi likely took her mother's surname. Her father didn't have black hair and didn't look like an Uchiha. Can Uchiha women even marry outside the clan? As that question crossed Naruto's mind, Izumi gave him the answer. Still resting her chin on the stove, she watched Naruto with calm eyes. She couldn't remember the exact memories involving him, but she knew it was Naruto who had saved her, formed a master-servant contract with her, and protected her for a very long time. His act of saving her was as precious as life itself. In her eyes, it made Naruto no less than a parental figure. So, she vowed never to betray him, no matter what he wanted to do. Naturally, she wouldn't keep secrets from him. Softly, Izumi said, "My father was from the Senju clan. He died during the Nine Tails attack on the village. After that, I returned to the Uchiha clan with my mother and took her last name. My full name used to be Senju Izumi." "What? Senju?" Naruto turned around in shock, staring at her, his mind buzzing. The only time he'd heard of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines mixing was when Madara implanted Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. He never expected Izumi to be the child of a Senju Uchiha union. That was insane. Naruto asked seriously, "Then, do you know how to use wood release?" Izumi shook her head. "Right. Even the second Hokage couldn't use it." "Not everyone could." Naruto asked again, "Do you have a lot of chakra?" Izumi looked thoughtful for a moment, then replied blankly, "I guess I have quite a bit. In our class, I ranked second. The top spot went to Uchiha Itachi." "Huh. A Senju descendant still outclassed by Uchiha Itachi. Naruto tilted his head in confusion, causing his long, golden hair to sway. When it brushed against Izumi's sleepy eyes, her cheeks turned red. His hair seemed to carry some kind of electricity. There was something uniquely attractive about him. Not as a master, not as a savior, but just as a man. Unable to hold it in, Izumi asked, "Naruto-kun, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing really. Just daydreaming." "Happens a lot," Naruto replied casually. But in his mind, he'd already figured things out. Maybe Uchiha and Senju intermarriage wasn't that rare. Otherwise, Izumi's family wouldn't be living in such a modest house. Bloodline abilities depended on talent. Pureblood Uchiha without talent couldn't awaken the Sharingan. Among the Senju, only the first Hokage had would release. Madara awakening the Rinnegan with Hashirama's cells probably had more to do with his own immense talent than bloodline purity. That said, Izumi wasn't lacking talent. Even with diluted Uchiha blood, she had still awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Maybe she even had the potential to awaken the Rinnegan someday. There was hope. Naruto's mood lifted. Just imagining an absolutely loyal powerhouse like her by his side made him feel great. Capturing her soul with the human puppet technique had turned out to be a stroke of luck. As for awakening the Rinnegan, he'd need to consult with the old legends. He decided that once he grew strong enough, he'd personally seek out Uchiha Madara for answers. Now that Dream Maker Kabuto had been killed by Orochimaru, Naruto had no choice but to become the new Dream Maker himself. To do that, he needed just one more piece. Orochimaru, reborn through the impure world reincarnation. Maybe it was time to accelerate the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. He could use that war to trigger a strong selector choice, then head to sea and rescue Orochimaru, who was trapped by Akatsuki. Damn Akatsuki. You actually forced my dear Orochimaru-san to hide at sea. I won't let you off so easily. Hey. Long time no see, Itachi, Kisame. Long time no see, Deidara, Sasori. On the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Taki, the Akatsuki's art duo and Shark Weasel duo crossed paths. Deidara and Sasori were headed deeper into the Land of Earth, while Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to be moving in the opposite direction, toward the Land of Water Trap. But Deidara and Sasori suspected that Itachi wasn't really going to the Land of Water Trap, but rather the Land of the Moon or the Land of Hot Springs. Those two small nations, caught between great powers, were likely to become battlegrounds in the upcoming war between Konoha and Kumogakure. Itachi, still nostalgic for your old hometown? Sasori's hoarse voice carried a teasing edge. Itachi had buried his grief for years, but deep down, he still missed Konoha. It remained more important to him than anything else, but he'd never admit that aloud. Maybe a little. But this time I'm headed to the Land of Fields. I found traces of Orochimaru there. I have to check it out. Haha, then good luck. Deidara and I are off to find Haku and Zabuza. Sasori gave a cryptic smile and said no more. No paid members are joining. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to drop this fanfic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 121. Around 11 o'clock, it began snowing again. The wind carried the snowflakes onto the roof of the building across the street, onto the windowsill in front of me, and even inside the house, drifting through the open window little by little. Izumi had fallen asleep, leaning against the warmth of the fire. Her thin lips were slightly parted, breathing softly in shallow rhythms. Her eyebrows were furrowed, as though troubled by something in her dreams, fear lingering deep in her heart. Naruto looked at her sad expression with heavy eyes, feeling an emotion he couldn't quite describe stirring in his chest. The last thing he wanted was to live a life like Uchiha Izumi's. That's why he had to become strong. Strong enough that no one could ever look down on him, strong enough that he would never be forced to become someone else's sacrifice. Maybe the Uchiha coup was truly tragic, but not all Uchiha were guilty. Many lower-ranking members simply wanted peace. They died without ever knowing the full picture. Uchiha Izumi and her mother were among them. Of course, Naruto wasn't saying the people who killed them were necessarily wrong either. He didn't believe in judging people so simply. Everyone views the world through their own lens, acting on what they believe is right. To some, those actions may seem wrong. But to themselves, they were justified. Naruto saw himself in that. He didn't have the right to blame anyone, nor did he care about accusations or insults. If someone had to be blamed, then blame weakness. Blame the inability to live true to one's heart because of lack of strength. Quietly, he closed the window to stop the snow from drifting in. Then, he found a pen and some paper and wrote a letter to Izumi. After that, he took out a thick wad of money, 5 million ryo, from his personal storage. He placed the letter and the money in front of her, then stood up. "Get some rest," Naruto said softly as he touched her hair gently, letting out a quiet sigh. Then he quietly left her home. He had only taken a few steps outside when he saw Sasuke walking toward him, holding an umbrella. As Sasuke approached, he looked like he wanted to smile, but to maintain his usual cool demeanor, he forced it into a cold expression. "Hey, didn't you go home last night?" Sasuke greeted, waving slightly. Naruto smiled. "None of your business." Sasuke lost his composure and snapped, "What do you mean, none of your business? Can't you be a little more polite?" Naruto nodded seriously, then repeated with a straight face, "It's none of your business." Sasuke growled and threatened to fight him, but Naruto waved him off. He told him Izumi was sleeping and asked him to keep his voice down. Then Sasuke paused, his expression changing. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smirk, "So, how was it?" Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Naruto blinked in confusion. How was what? Sasuke looked around, made sure no one was nearby, and then leaned in closer to whisper, "You know what I'm talking about. Do you really think I know nothing? Back when I used to train with Kakashi, I'd sometimes catch him reading those dirty magazines." Naruto. Sasuke reminisced with a distant look. "We had bunk beds during training. I was on the top bunk. Sometimes at night, I felt the bed shaking. One night I got curious, pretended to be asleep, and peeked. What I saw was quite something. Tisk tisk tisk. Even Kakashi had cold hands. It wasn't easy." Sasuke continued, "The next day, I secretly checked his backpack and found a book called Makeout Paradise. That was my introduction to a whole new world." Naruto. "So you only just learned about this recently?" Sasuke suddenly scowled and glared at Naruto. "That's when I finally understood what you meant when you said I was reviving the Uchiha with my hands. I wasn't insulting you." Naruto suddenly remembered something. Sasuke had only discovered all this during training with Kakashi. That still made him curious. Why was it that in the original timeline, Sasuke never seemed interested in women, and even after marrying Sakura, only had one daughter, Sarada? Was that really someone trying to revive the Uchiha clan? While Naruto was lost in thought, Sasuke asked, "What are you thinking about?" Naruto looked at him with an amused expression. "Sasuke, you're not exactly what I'd call a fragile little brother." Sasuke didn't understand what he meant. He scratched his head. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing. You'll get it later." Naruto patted Sasuke firmly on the shoulder and sighed. "If you ever need help in the future, you can come to me. We're like brothers, right? I'll definitely help you." Sasuke's eyes lit up, clearly touched, even if he didn't fully understand how Naruto planned to help. But, as usual, he kept his cool on the outside. "PFF, who needs your help? Not entirely hopeless, then." Naruto grinned. "So where are you headed?" Sasuke didn't hide anything. "An Anbu came to my place. I've been assigned a mission." Even with war looming, missions were still being assigned. Seeing Naruto's confusion, Sasuke added, "It's from a noble clan. One of our classmates. Yamanaka Ino. I think she's close to you." Hearing Ino's name piqued Naruto's interest. "What happened? Why is there a mission involving her? She's the heir of the Yamanaka clan. Apparently, she disappeared yesterday and didn't return home. Sasuke shrugged. So her mother went to the Hokage Tower and requested help. That's how this mission came up. Naruto. So the girl had slept at his place for a whole day and didn't even bother telling her family. Half an hour later, Naruto led a drowsy Ino to the Hokage's office to report the mission complete. Shizune, the long-legged assistant, was seated at the Hokage's desk, going through documents. The little pig, Taunton, was beside her. Next to them stood a noblewoman dressed in luxurious robes. That was Ino's mother, Yamanaka Rhino. Ino resembled her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, much more. She shared only her mother's face shape. Her features, eyes, and brows were completely different. If Ino hadn't said, "Mom," Naruto wouldn't have guessed this elegant woman was one of his potential future mothers-in-law. "Ino, where on earth were you all night? Do you know how worried I was? I thought you'd been kidnapped." Rhino cried the moment she saw her daughter, rushing over to hug her. The still sleepy Ino was jolted fully awake by her mother's panic. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't overreact," she said, trying to calm her. After checking Ino for injuries and seeing she was safe, Rhino turned to Naruto and Sasuke with gratitude. "Thank you both for finding her." Then she looked back at Ino. "Tell me, where have you been all night?" Ino and Naruto had agreed on a story beforehand. She claimed she had been attacked by an unknown person and took shelter in a rundown apartment, too scared to leave until Naruto and Sasuke found her. Given the current tension between Kumogakure and Konoha, it made sense to pin the blame on enemy ninjas. Sasuke stood behind them with a deadpan expression. He was the only other person who knew the truth, and the lie. "I just left Azumi's place, and now there's a Yamanaka Ino hiding in my house." Naruto is absolutely hopeless, Sasuke thought. He, too, had experience with frozen hands. While it was enjoyable, once a week was the limit. Naruto had one woman from the Uchiha, and one from the Yamanaka. That was twice in one night. If he kept going like this, he'd drop dead from sheer exhaustion. Poor Naruto. They were brothers, after all. He'd have to talk to him later. Men need restraint. As Ino spun her story to Shizune and her mother, a chilling sound echoed in Naruto's mind. Passive selection triggered. "You were in the Hokage's office. Yamanaka Rhino is questioning Ino about her disappearance. What do you choose to do?" Option 1. Make up a story. Tell her Ino was attacked by a cloud ninja. Reward: 10,000 Ryo. Option 2. Tell the truth. Reveal what really happened last night. Reward: 100,000 Ryo. Option 3. Exaggerate. Add false details and tell Rhino she may become a grandmother soon. Reward: 1% control of the 9 tails. Option 4. Declare your desire. Ignore the question and confess your love to Rhino. Reward: 3% control of the 9 tails. Honestly, Naruto was fully prepared to go with option 1. But when he saw option 4, he almost choked. What kind of perverted system would suggest confessing to your mother-in-law? Completely unreasonable. Naruto normally scoffed at these ridiculous choices. A man of culture like him would never stoop to such a thing. Ellipsis. And yet, the reward was so tempting. Right now, he was just 15% away from unlocking 50% control over the 9 tails. He still didn't know if that meant half of Kurama inside him, or half of the full 9 tails chakra as a whole. He had to try. "Sorry, Ino. And sorry, Mrs. Yamanaka." Under Sasuke's disbelieving gaze, Naruto took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood beside Ino. Then, with a firm voice, he declared, "That's not what happened. Listen to me." Chapter 122. Naruto shouted, startling everyone in the Hokage's office, including the little pig, Taunton, who turned toward him in surprise. The long-legged Shizune, seated with her legs crossed at her desk, looked up at him in confusion and gently called out, "Naruto-kun." Under everyone's curious gaze, Naruto confidently walked up to Yamanaka Rhino, Ino's mother. "Ino, who had been trying to calm her mother down, was left completely baffled as Naruto suddenly walked up beside her. She had no idea what he was about to do. But she trusted him completely. In her heart, she firmly believed that Naruto would never do anything to hurt her. After all, she knew he had liked her for years. As their eyes met, even Rhino was confused. Why had Naruto suddenly approached her after shouting like that? Does he have something to say to me? For some reason, Rhino didn't dislike Naruto at all. In fact, she found the blonde boy rather adorable. She smiled gently and asked, "Naruto-kun, is something wrong?" Naruto bowed his head slightly and said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. We lied to you." Before Ino could react, Naruto dropped a bombshell. "Actually, we lied. Ino didn't hide in her apartment after the Kumogakure attack last night. She spent the night at my house." The warm winter sun peeked through the window, casting a ray of golden light onto Naruto's cheek, making him look as bright as a painting. Everyone in the room, including the pig, stared at Naruto in complete shock. At that moment, Naruto heard a delightful chime in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. Reward 10,000 Ryo has been successfully issued." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward 100,000 Ryo has been successfully issued." Naruto's got guts, confessing to having an affair with someone's daughter right in front of her mother. A true legend. Ino's expression froze. Her heart trembled. She swallowed hard and glanced at her mother, who was now glaring directly at her. Ino desperately tried to clarify. "Ma'am, here's what happened. I brought Ino home yesterday and saw she was injured. I helped treat her, and she rested at my house overnight." Rhino let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Then I should be thanking you, Naruto-kun, for helping Ino." If that were the end of it, there wouldn't be much for Rhino to worry about. Her husband, Yamanaka Inoichi, had told her not to interfere with Naruto and Ino's interactions. They were young, let them figure it out themselves. And besides, her husband seemed fond of Naruto. As long as nothing inappropriate happened, everything should be fine. Quote ellipsis. This. Ino hesitated. Her mother didn't seem angry anymore, so maybe it was okay. But her gut instinct told her something was still off. And she was right. The next moment, Naruto dropped another bombshell. "Ma'am, I'm sorry. Something happened between Ino and me last night, something that shouldn't have. Not just in the office. Far away at the Konoha war camp in the land of hot springs, countless jonin turned their heads toward Yamanaka Inoichi. A slug perched on Tsunade's shoulder was transmitting the entire scene from the Hokage's office. Tsunade gave Naruto a mental thumbs up. This brat's even faster than Minato was with Kushina. But with Ino's father standing beside her, she couldn't celebrate openly. She coughed, dismissed the slug, and casually said, "Haiichi, we should focus on the war. Let the younger generation handle their own love lives." Yamanaka Inoichi's face darkened. He managed to squeeze out a stiff, "Yes. Seriously. I leave the village for one day and this happens." The Kumo attack was clearly a lie. No way the Cloud Ninja could have launched an attack within hours of war breaking out. "That little bastard just lured my daughter home and..." Shikaku and Choza gently patted Inoichi's shoulders. "Stay strong, Haiichi," Shikaku said solemnly. "Easy for you to say. It wasn't your daughter." Inoichi cursed inwardly and gritted his teeth. The Yamanaka family beat us to it. He remembered his youngest daughter, Hanabi, saying Naruto liked her. Now, it seemed Yamanaka Ino had stolen him away. Damn that Yamanaka Inoichi. He must have arranged this, knowing how important Naruto is as a Jinchuriki. And Tsunade clearly favors the boy. She might even make him the next Hokage. Still, all wasn't lost. Naruto is honest. From the way he talks, he's not one to lie. Maybe there's still a chance for Hanabi. Back in the office, Yamanaka Rino's expression turned ice cold. Her face was dark and stormy. Seeing her mother's fury, Ino panicked. "Mom. It's not Naruto's fault. I insisted on staying at his place, and I asked him to check my wounds. Besides, nothing happened between us. You have to believe me. She turned to Naruto. Naruto, tell her. Tell her nothing happened. Naruto bit his lip, looking pained. Ino, don't lie. We did something inappropriate. Mrs. Rhino might be a grandmother soon, how could we lie about that? Rhino staggered, nearly fainting. They didn't even take precautions. Her chest heaved with rage. If it weren't for her husband's warning before leaving, she might have cursed Naruto out on the spot. You damned little brat. How could you do this to my daughter? Naruto's expression was so sincere, even she almost believed him. Did Naruto sneak into my room last night without me noticing? She stared at him in disbelief, eyes misty with tears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. Reward 1% Ninetales control has been successfully issued. I'm sorry, ma'am. I held Ino's hand last night without her consent. I knew holding hands could lead to pregnancy, but I still did it. I deserve to die. Can someone shock the same group twice in under 3 minutes? Everyone, including Sasuke, Ino, Rhino, and Shizune, stood there, stunned. Yoshihisa. Shizune stood up in disbelief, walked over to Ino, and took her hand. I can't believe Naruto, who flirts with Lady Tsunade daily, doesn't know this basic biology. Ms. Ino is still a virgin, Shizune declared. The room fell silent. Sasuke's mind went blank. Naruto's really that pure. What the hell was he doing at Azumi's house all this time? Holding hands all night. No wonder he said, using hands, wasn't a euphemism. Sasuke made a mental note. I must lend him intimate paradise, the boy needs help. All her anger dissolved in an instant. This kid is so innocent, he's adorable. Ino, on the other hand, was falling apart. Chapter 123. Mom, Naruto doesn't know anything and always talks without thinking. I'm really getting tired of him. She didn't know why she felt that way. Just when it was confirmed that nothing romantic was happening between her and Naruto, Ino actually felt disappointed. She gave it some thought. If it had been true, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. People would gossip for a few years, sure, but eventually, their lives might have grown sweeter, especially if a child were involved. Only Naruto had no idea she was thinking like this. If he did, he'd definitely scold her. You're still a child yourself, thinking about raising a child. Are you trying to make your life harder? At that moment, Naruto had an expression of disappointment mixed with relief. So holding hands doesn't make you pregnant. Then why did that storybook I read say that holding hands can make you pregnant? Tisk tilde. Ino looked at him in disbelief. What kind of children's book were you reading? How can you not know such basic stuff? Naruto blinked, clearly confused, and stared at her. Wait, so you knew, Ino? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I made a fool of myself. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly say something like that? Ino frowned. And why should I teach you? Who even are you to me? Aren't we on good terms? What's the big deal about you teaching me? It's not like we're that close. Huh. That's not what you were saying last night. Hearing Naruto bring up the previous night so bluntly, Ino panicked. She was terrified he'd say something that could be misunderstood again. She quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, muffling his words into a muffled, She leaned close and whispered sharply, it took a lot of effort to clear up that misunderstanding. Can you not make it worse? Watching the two kids bicker, Yamanaka Rhino covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Then she walked over and gently pulled them apart. Ino, don't blame Naruto. It's normal for boys to mature later than girls. Ino huffed angrily, still sulking. Deep down, she thought, Naruto tricked me. We'd agreed on what to do, but he suddenly changed plans. This is all his fault. Rhino took her daughter's wrist and leaned in to whisper something to her. Unlike her strong-willed daughter, Rhino carried the graceful, gentle air of an orchid in bloom. The contrast between the mother's elegance and the daughter's fiery temperament couldn't have been more obvious. It was clear Ino had taken after her father. Rhino turned to Naruto, her expression warm and polite. Naruto-kun, thank you for looking after Ino. Her smile and the soft lift of her brow gave off a comforting, refined charm. Naruto straightened up immediately, like a kid standing at attention during a school award ceremony. Madam, you're too kind. It's my duty to take care of a beautiful girl. Especially when her mother is just as stunning, as lovely as a flower, as graceful as a fairy, as radiant as a goddess. At first, when Naruto called her beautiful, Ino's heart skipped a beat. But the next second, he shifted focus to her mother, pouring out compliments like water from a faucet. Beautiful. That was all she got. Meanwhile, her mother got a full-blown poetry recital. Ino pouted, but her mother just pulled her back with a light squeeze of her hand. No matter a woman's age, being praised, especially sincerely by a sweet boy, was always a delightful feeling. It was enough to make her feel young again. Rino's smile blossomed like springtime, dimples forming at the corners of her lips. She glanced over at Shizune, who stood off to the side looking increasingly exasperated. The contrast made Rhino feel even more pleased. Naruto-kun, you flatter me. She waved modestly, but her glance flicked toward Shizune again. What she didn't know was that Shizune was actually at a loss for words. These compliments, they're way too familiar. When they had returned to Konoha together, Naruto had said the exact same lines to Lady Tsunade every single day. He didn't even bother changing the wording. And sure enough, Shizune predicted what was coming next. Madam, just from this one meeting, you've already become the goddess of my dreams. Naruto stepped forward, seized both of Rino's hands in his, and looked at her with blazing sincerity. Please marry me. Sasuke. Ino. Shizune. Yamanaka Rhino stood frozen for a few seconds, subconsciously nodding, then suddenly snapped out of it, flustered. Naruto-kun, you really are a little troublemaker, haha. Just like that, the goodwill Naruto had built up disappeared like mist in the sun. Not that it mattered to him. What mattered was that the goal had been achieved. Ding, congratulations, host, auction 4 complete. Reward 3% Ninetales control issued successfully. While Naruto celebrated internally, Ino's irritation skyrocketed. She glared daggers at him, grabbed her mother's hand, and snapped. You're such a jerk. I'm never playing with you again. She dragged Rhino out, pausing only long enough for her mom to awkwardly wave to the others in the office. Naruto grinned cheerfully and waved. Madam, see you next time. Ino picked up the pace, pulling her mom along. Stupid Naruto. I hate you. Even if you wanted to charm my mom, did you have to do it like that? Are you trying to make me explode? Jerk. I seriously don't want to talk to you ever again. Naruto's smile faded only after Ino and her mother had fully disappeared. He could still feel that powerful energy humming through his body. A sharp glint passed through his eyes. Shizune reminded Naruto that if everything was settled, he and Sasuke should head out first. Tensions with the Land of Lightning had been escalating lately, and she had too much on her plate to keep chatting. Got it. Naruto nodded, and the two boys left the Hokage's office together. Once they were outside, Sasuke broke the silence. Naruto, I didn't think you were into older women like Mrs. Yamanaka. That's a pretty weird kink. You just don't understand the appeal of maturity, Naruto replied calmly, brushing it off like a seasoned adult. Sasuke scoffed. What's so great about being older? Makeout Paradise says the best are girls the same age as you. Each stage of life has its own beauty, Naruto said thoughtfully. Sure, girls our age are nice, but women between 16 and 35 have their own unique charm. If you don't get that, I won't help you rebuild the Uchiha clan. Sasuke froze and took a few steps back, eyes wide with horror. Please don't say creepy things like that. I'll revive the Uchiha clan by myself, thanks. What? Naruto blinked, confused, then realized what Sasuke had misunderstood. Damn it, I meant with your wife, not with me, you idiot. Stupid Sasuke. The afternoon sun blazed through the windows, turning the room into an oven. After only 2 or 3 hours of sleep, Uchiha Izumi was awakened by the heat. Her head throbbed slightly from the short rest. She slowly sat up, letting her chakra flow through her body and clear the fog from her mind. Looking down, she noticed the money and letter Naruto had left. Take a boat to the land of lightning. The letter told her to take the money and head to the ferry near the land of waves, on Konoha's eastern border. From there, she was to travel to the land of lightning and wait for Naruto. She didn't understand why he was sending her there, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had arranged it. And it was a servant's duty to follow her master's orders. But before she left, she needed to do one last thing. She had to prove that, even from afar, she would never betray him. About an hour later, Naruto and Sasuke parted ways after grabbing a bite at Ichiraku Ramen. As Naruto walked down the hill toward his small apartment building, he suddenly felt someone rush him. His body reacted instinctively, hand flying toward his weapon pouch, only to realize the attacker wasn't hostile. Naruto, why didn't you wait for me to wake up? It was the graceful Uchiha Izumi, standing in front of him. Naruto relaxed and grinned. You looked like you were sleeping really well, so I didn't want to wake you. He paused. Wait, why'd you change clothes again? Izumi had swapped out her usual outfit for a sleek black trench coat, and her ninja sandals were replaced with the leather shoes Naruto had gifted her. From the glimpse of her calves, she was wearing white stockings. Izumi didn't answer. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back and tilted her head, her eyes glinting with mischief. Can I come to your place? Sure, why not? Naruto grabbed her wrist and led her to his front door. As soon as they stepped inside, Izumi shut the door behind them, hard. Naruto turned, just about to ask her what was going on, when he saw her unbuttoning the trench coat. Underneath, she wore a white blouse, a pleated skirt, and those stockings. Her legs looked strong but soft, and her form curved gracefully. She stepped toward him, locked eyes, and bent slightly forward. The shirt stretched tight across her chest. Her long hair brushed Naruto's shoulders. Her lips, painted a soft red, trembled as she spoke. Master, just give me a moment. I want to prove to you that I'll never betray you. She actually called me, Master. Only now did Naruto notice she was wearing lipstick, and that her cheeks were flushed with shame and excitement. Naruto swallowed hard. Go ahead. I'm helpless against you anyway, Wu tilde. Who tilde? Izumi inhaled sharply and threw herself into Naruto's arms. That night, as the village lay in silence, a tired-looking Uchiha Izumi appeared at the Konoha gates. She knocked out the guard in a swift, silent move, then slipped out of the village without a sound. Chapter 124. It was a major event destined to reshape the course of human history. The eras of most frequent warfare also marked the periods of the ninja world's greatest advancement. From the earliest chakra training to the development of sealing arts, space-time ninjutsu, reconnaissance techniques, and support-style jutsu, countless schools of thought had emerged. It was tragic, but also a testament to the pinnacle of human ingenuity. During the peaceful years that followed, with more than a decade of relative comfort, innovation slowed to a crawl. Nothing particularly revolutionary had emerged. But now, with war returning, countless people trembled with fear, while others looked forward to what it might bring. In mid-December, the first large-scale conflict broke out between Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha's forces at the border between the Land of the Moon and the Land of Hot Springs. The battle involved more than 2,000 ninjas. Konoha's 1st Battalion was led by Kakashi Hatake, while the 3rd Battalion of the Hidden Cloud was led by Darui. The two sides clashed ferociously, both suffering hundreds of casualties. But in the end, neither achieved a decisive victory. Both retreated to their respective base camps. The very next day, a 20-man Konoha reconnaissance team led by Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the Hyuga clan, was ambushed in a valley by Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Only Hiyashi survived and returned to camp. The rest were lost. On the third day, the tide shifted slightly when a team led by Might Guy captured a special Jonin from Kumogakure alive, restoring some of Konoha's lost morale. Then came the fourth day after the initial clash. Following a brief skirmish, the daimyos of the Land of the Moon and the Land of Hot Springs sent envoys to each other in hopes of halting the war. These were small nations. They had no desire to get caught in the conflicts of the great powers. But their secret negotiations were discovered by both Konoha and Kumogakure. The Land of the Moon bordered the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Hot Springs bordered the Land of Fire. In truth, these two countries had long served as buffer zones, intentionally maintained by Konoha and Hidden Cloud. So when their daimyos dared to make their own moves, it was no surprise the great powers didn't take it lightly. Tsunade personally visited the daimyo of the Land of Hot Springs, using her fists to drive the message home. Troops weren't needed, but he would increase logistical support to Konoha. And after the war, Konoha would return the favor. A slap and a sweet date, it was the carrot and stick approach. Even so, the daimyo of the Land of Hot Springs was nearly scared to death, repeatedly swearing loyalty to Konoha. After Tsunade left, the daimyo sat trembling and murmured, "Konoha is terrifying. These great nations are too unreasonable. What does their war have to do with us? Can't they just fight at sea? Why drag us into this on land?" He kept grumbling, unaware that Tsunade's treatment of him had been gentle compared to what happened elsewhere. On the other side, the Raikage didn't bother with polite persuasion. He had the daimyo of the Land of the Moon captured and dragged before him. Eyes blazing, he thundered, "Why did you send people to Konoha? Trying to leak our plans, you bastard. And no, Lord Raikage. I would never dare. Oh, so you want to surrender to Konoha? Absolutely not. I fully support you in this war. I only sent messengers to the Land of Hot Springs to try and persuade their daimyo to surrender to you and stop resisting. Please investigate the matter. HMPH. Since you're being sensible, double the supply shipment tomorrow, and we'll let this slide." "Why yes, Raikage-sama. Thank you." Once released, the daimyo of the Moon fled the Hidden Cloud camp in a cold sweat. Escaping, he sighed bitterly. What a miserable life for the daimyo of a small country. If only the Moon had its own powerful ninja village, they wouldn't dare treat me like this. What he didn't know was that even the mighty daimyos of the Fire and Lightning countries were feeling the pressure. After receiving Konoha's request for supplies, the Fire daimyo flew into a rage in his palace. That damned Hokage. Starting a war without even discussing it with me, and now she wants supplies. Does she take me for a wallet? I'm the daimyo of this country. I have pride too, you know. As the elderly ruler continued ranting, Naruto Uzumaki stood nearby, leaning forward out of boredom. The war report had reached Konoha 3 days ago. Tsunade had named Sarutobi Hazuki as commander of the defensive force in her letter. Naruto, recently promoted to Jonin, was assigned by Yu to oversee a supply transport unit, commanding 1,000 shunin. It was his first time leading such a large group. He had been excited at first, but after a few uneventful days, it had become mind-numbingly dull. The front lines were still far off. Hidden Cloud couldn't just rocket over. A sneak attack would take them a month of detours at least. So boring. Once he returned to Konoha, Naruto resolved to request a frontline assignment from Lady Hazuki. The Fire daimyo's rage hadn't cooled. He suddenly pointed at Naruto and roared. "Go back and tell Tsunade she's getting nothing from me. Not even a single bag of rice. Starting a war without my approval, is this some kind of joke?" Everyone turned to look at Naruto. The guy funding the war had just declared he wouldn't send a single crumb. That couldn't stand. Accompanying Naruto were 2 special Jonin. Sasuke Uchiha and Ebisu, Konohamaru's teacher. Sasuke had already had enough of the daimyos yelling. He was ready to reach for his sword and end the problem. Naruto subtly raised a hand to stop him. "Calm down." Ebisu stepped forward, bowing deeply and speaking with humility. "Lord Daimyo, please understand, this war wasn't initiated by Konoha. Hidden Cloud attacked first. We're only defending ourselves." Ebisu was the one actually managing the request for supplies. Naruto's role was more symbolic, more like a heavily armed delivery captain. And unlike Naruto or Sasuke, Ebisu had the patience and decorum to handle groveling before nobles. Thanks to his diplomatic approach, the daimyo finally cooled down a bit. HMPH, he snorted, slamming the table. Still, couldn't Tsunade have at least talked to me before going to war? Talk to you, for what? Besides handing out money and rice, what else could you even contribute? All three men shared the same thought, but none said it aloud. This was still the man writing their checks. Ebisu bowed lower and said, Lord Daimyo, Hokage-sama is newly appointed and may have made a hasty decision due to limited familiarity with the current situation. We beg your understanding. The daimyo grunted and took a long sip of hot tea. For a while, silence reigned. Sasuke was practically shaking with restrained fury, hand once again inching toward his waist. This old fool, an ordinary man, looking down on me. Who does he think he is? But Naruto stopped him again. This wasn't about patience, it was strategy. With war looming, getting into conflict with the daimyo would only delay supplies, possibly costing lives on the battlefield. Better to swallow their pride for now, and settle things later. Outside, the rhythmic marching of the patrol echoed through the halls. The guards flanking the daimyo yawned, their belts, emblazoned with the fire insignia, rustling against their uniforms. Among the three from Konoha, each had their own demeanor. Sasuke stared coldly at the ceiling. Naruto lounged lazily, like he couldn't care less. Ebisu remained bowed low, like a true bootlicker. Only Ebisu looked the part of a proper Konoha representative. As for the other two, well, the Hokage clearly needed to discipline them. Finally, the daimyo set down his empty teacup. With a harsh tone, he spoke. Fine. Since it was the lightning country that struck first, I might consider providing supplies, but only if you do three things. Ebisu glanced at Naruto, silently cursing his useless superior, then bowed even lower. Please tell us your conditions, Daimyo-sama. Konoha will do its utmost. The daimyo cleared his throat and said. First, during the war, Konoha must ensure my personal safety. Only then will I release funds and resources. Of course. We'll assign thousands of ninja to protect you, Ebisu assured. The daimyo nodded, then jabbed a finger at Naruto and Sasuke. Second, don't let those two come here again. They annoy me. Quote. Sasuke raised his head and glared. His killing intent flared instantly. Two of the daimyo's guards stepped forward defensively, but Naruto quickly released a pulse of chakra to suppress Sasuke's murderous aura. Don't, Naruto whispered. Sasuke relented, barely. The daimyo had no idea how close he'd just come to death. If Naruto hadn't been there, Sasuke would have happily added a new trophy to his collection. Then came the third condition. Tell Hokage Tsunade that once the war ends, she must come here personally to apologize. Or else, I'll destroy Konoha and build a new ninja village in the Land of Fire. Naruto blinked. Sasuke's fingers twitched. Ebisu broke into a cold sweat. This guy is seriously asking for it. Chapter 125. You said you want to destroy Konoha and rebuild the ninja village. Naruto repeated the daimyo's words, his voice cold and sharp. The daimyo frowned, glaring at Naruto with growing indignation. He was clearly offended by the way Naruto looked at him. Since the founding of Konoha, 5 generations of Hokage had served. Apart from the second Hokage, who was naturally cold and strict, every other Hokage had shown deep respect to the daimyo. Even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, known as the god of shinobi, had humbled himself and addressed the daimyo's grandfather as his lord. Yet the boy in front of him now dared to meet his gaze with such disdain. The daimyo saw this as outrageous insolence. So what? You're just a common ninja. How dare you question me? The daimyo's voice rose, angry and dismissive. Lower your eyes. If you look at me like that again, I'll have them gouged out. His voice echoed loudly through the hall, bouncing off the stone walls. The two ninjas flanking the daimyo reacted immediately, their killing intent erupting as they rushed forward toward the three young shinobi below the dais. They were the daimyo's personal bodyguards. Guardian ninja, each with the strength of a jonin. Asuma Sarutobi had once been among them. Though they preferred to avoid trouble, they were hired swords loyal to their paymaster and would carry out his will without hesitation. Daimyo-sama, this child is young and ignorant. Please don't be offended, Ebisu interjected quickly, grabbing Naruto's arm, clearly hoping to make him bow and apologize on the spot. But Naruto remained standing, refusing to lower his head. Sasuke, sensing something was off, clenched his fists. His crimson Sharingan spun instinctively. The daimyo, infuriated by Naruto's defiance, barked to his guards, still glaring. Yuichi. Daisuke. Gouge out his eyes. Yes, sir, the two guardian ninjas replied in unison, moving toward Naruto and the others. At that moment, Naruto glanced at a panel visible only to him. A sly smile tugged at his lips. The system knows me too well. The fire daimyo is merely a civilian, yet dares to threaten you. How will you respond? Option 1. Stay friendly. Make the daimyo kneel and apologize, promise triple the funds and provisions, then reluctantly forgive him. Reward. 10 million ryo. Option 2. Rational approach. Beat him up, remind him who's really in charge of the fire country, and make him serve you loyally. Reward. 1% control of the nine-tailed fox. Option 3. Act strategically. Control the daimyo and rule through him like a shadow emperor. Reward. Talent. Wei Wu style. People with spouses are less likely to reject you. Option 4. Be ruthless. Massacre the entire Fire Nation. Reward. Samsarangi Eye. The sudden options made Naruto chuckle under his breath. Sasuke wasn't the only one seething after being humiliated for so long. Naruto had also been holding back his anger. The guardian ninja were getting closer by the second. Naruto, should we strike? Sasuke asked, already forming hand seals, ready to unleash his jutsu at Naruto's word. Why fight now? Ebisu whispered in panic, adjusting his sunglasses. Just apologize to the daimyo. Let's get the food and funding first. But Naruto shook off Ebisu's hand, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the old man sitting on the high seat. In a world without chakra, perhaps the daimyo would have been powerful. But in a world where chakra existed, he was just a glorified accountant. Ninja didn't have time to manage nations, so they allowed a bureaucrat to handle civil affairs. But now, the servant had begun to think himself the master, and had even dared to threaten to kill his true protectors. It was time to wake him from his delusion. Enough. The first Hokage left behind a bad legacy. Even a pig dares to lecture me now. With that, Naruto stepped forward, walking calmly toward the two advancing guardian ninjas. Ebisu panicked, a terrible premonition filling his chest. Oh no, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is going rogue. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, a black flame ignited on one of the guardian ninjas' bodies. Daisuke was instantly engulfed. Daisuke! The daimyo shouted, horrified. Daisuke tore off his vest and rolled on the floor, barely escaping death. But his skin was badly burned, and he was clearly out of the fight. Nice timing with Amaterasu, Naruto said to Sasuke, praising him without looking back. Naruto vanished in a blur, appearing beside the wounded ninja. His kunai slashed cleanly across Daisuke's throat, swift, precise, and final. The blood sprayed in an arc, and the body collapsed without resistance. The second guardian ninja attacked immediately, clashing with Naruto. You little beast! Have you gone mad? The daimyo shrieked, scrambling backward in fear. Shangyi! Kill him! Double your reward! He yanked a bell from his sash and rang it furiously. Konoha ninjas dare defy me. I'll execute you all. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall. Reinforcements were coming. Uzumaki Naruto, stop! Ebisu shouted, practically tearing his hair out. He had never imagined Naruto would go so far against the very person funding Konoha's war effort. Do you even know what you're doing? But before he could say more, a kunai pressed against his throat. Shut it, came Sasuke's cold voice. Ebisu turned and froze. He was face to face with Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, and a chilling grin. He slowly raised his hands in surrender. Don't stab me. I'm only thinking of our safety, he stammered. Even if Konoha is strong, the daimyo has powerful allies. If we go too far, we might not make it back home. Before he could finish, a thunderous boom shook the entire building. Naruto's Rasengan smashed into the remaining guardian ninja, sending him flying. The man's body crashed through the wall of the reception hall in a cloud of rubble and dust. Ebisu and the daimyo stood frozen, jaws slack. How could Naruto be this terrifying? Guardian ninjas were on par with elite Jonin, yet both had been defeated in minutes. Only Sasuke remained calm, as if this outcome was inevitable. Am I dreaming? The daimyo muttered, face pale. You're not, Naruto replied, approaching slowly. The daimyo trembled and began crawling backwards in terror. Don't come any closer. If you do, I won't send Konoha any food. And if the war effort fails, the Hokage will punish you. Naruto didn't flinch. Didn't you just say you wanted to destroy Konoha? I'm doing this for Konoha's benefit. The Hokage should thank me, not punish me. No. She will punish you, the daimyo stammered. Konoha depends on my funding. How else can you sustain so many ninjas? If you stop now, I'll have the Hokage pardon you. Step back. The daimyo's behavior reminded Naruto of a spoiled child. He was like a puppet emperor. No real power, just arrogance and entitlement. He relied entirely on Konoha for protection, but because previous Hokage had shown deference, he believed himself in control. Spoiled children throw tantrums when unchecked, and it's only a matter of time before they get a hard lesson. As Naruto climbed the stairs, the daimyo looked utterly defeated, his aged face pale and strained. Still, he tried to use Tsunade's name as a shield, hoping to scare Naruto off. When Naruto was just a few steps away, he paused and said, If you want me to stop, fine, but I want something in return. The daimyo's eyes lit up. What is it? He asked eagerly. Name it. As the ruler of a great nation, I always keep my word. Inwardly, he cursed Naruto, swearing revenge. He promised himself that one day he would destroy Naruto, abolish the Hokage position, and rebuild a new ninja village, without Konoha. Outwardly, he smiled, creasing his wrinkled face in false warmth. My hero, he said sweetly, what do you desire? Money. I'll give you half the nation's treasury. Power. I can issue an edict right now to depose Tsunade and make you Hokage. The promises were meaningless, empty words meant only to stall for time. But Naruto wasn't interested in wealth or titles. He looked down coldly and said, How about this? You kneel and apologize, then pay Konoha 3 times the usual money and provisions. Do that, and I might consider letting you live. The daimyo's face went completely white. A ruler kneeling to a subordinate. That would destroy his reputation. But when he looked into Naruto's eyes filled with a cold, abyssal fury, he couldn't stop shaking. In the end, unable to resist, he dropped to his knees.